Madam President and Senators, good afternoon. As you take time over these days to make your contribution to the budget debate, I invite each of you to keep the big picture vision before you. There are many who are listening and waiting for your contribution and the outcome of this budget. As leaders in this place, you are able to make contributions that will have lasting impact for years to come. 1 Corinthians 10 and 24 states, "Let no one seek his own good, but the good of his neighbor." As you serve, do not serve so that it would only be about building your image, but seek to positively impact others. One of my favorite authors, John Maxwell, lifts up 4 areas to test the authenticity of your service. Character. He asks us this question: do you make decisions based on what is right or what is popular? Change. Do you change your personality, speech, or actions according to the people you're with? Credit. When you do something, do you care who takes the credit? And channel. If others' lives are not changing as a result of yours, this is a good indication that the image you are building is your own. Working with the big picture mentality will not always be easy because you will be praised by some and criticized by others. But strive to serve for the good of all. The information that you have about particular matters may not be available to all, so do your best so whether you are praised or critiqued, you stand knowing you did your best in service of your country. 1 Peter 4 and 10 states, each of you should use whatever gift you have received to serve others. Roy T. Bennett states, always have a willing hand to help someone. You might be the only one that does. Let us pray. Dear God, we give you thanks and praise for each senator and for the responsibilities that they have been tasked with. Help them to clearly articulate their contribution and to make a positive impact on those whom they serve. Bless and preserve them in all their ways. In the precious name of Jesus, we pray. Amen. Please join in the prayer of our Lord. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name, thy kingdom come. Thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, power, and the glory, forever and ever. Amen.
June 21st, 2022, the afternoon session of the Senate. Honorable Senators, when the business of the Senate was suspended last evening, we were at the second reading of bills, and the Honorable Senator Maxine Seymour was just about to make her contribution of the following bill: a bill for an act for the appropriation of diverse sums of money for and towards defraying the expenses of the government of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas on revenue account for the financial year commencing 1st of July 2022 and ending the 3rd of June 2023. As many? The chair recognizes Senator the Honorable Maxine Seymour.
Thank you, Madam President. It is by the mercies of God and the pleasure of the Leader of the Opposition that I am able to rise in this honorable place to contribute to the debate on the 2022-2023 budget of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas, my beloved homeland. We live in a time of uncertainty, Madam President. Just as the world is rebounding from an unprecedented pandemic, we are constantly being forewarned of pending economic turbulence. We are facing environmental issues that threaten our very existence as a sovereign nation. These are times like no other, and it is essential that we identify our priorities and keep them in order. When it comes to the budget, Madam President, I am particularly concerned about the Ministry of Social Services and Urban Development that falls under Head 43 and the Department of Social Services that comes under Head 44, and their clients who are primarily the most vulnerable among us: children, elderly, the destitute, and persons with disabilities. I am also concerned with the non-governmental or civil society organizations that partner with the ministry to support its valiant efforts. Madam President, the current economic and social landscape of the Bahamas for the average working class Bahamian struggling to make ends meet every single day amidst a fragile and recovering economy may not be so obvious to some. So allow me to elucidate the issues for any of my colleagues who may be painfully out of touch or simply prioritizing the needs that only they see fit based on their circumstances, which are in stark contrast to the people who lent them their support in the last general election. The New Day government's solid priorities, Madam President, as it relates to the national budget, especially social services, seemingly shows a complete flippant disregard for the Bahamian people who are relying and depending on government assistance and programming to make ends meet. I'm seeing solid priorities, Madam President, with obvious signs of economic strain, outstanding debt represented as an estimated 85.75% of GDP, compounded with the US Federal Reserve's recent interest rate increase of 0.75%, we must ask ourselves if now is the time to rescind and drag our feet to realize the promises made by this current administration to effectively assist in dignified living conditions of the average Bahamian. Madam President, from me, and I see my Blue Wave being all snappy today, my fellow Blue Wave, but yes, I just wanted to make sure we had a clear visual so we could understand what I'm talking about. I'm talking about solid priorities. And this budget, in my opinion, reflects solid priorities when it comes to the ordinary, everyday, average Bahamian. It seems that the priorities of the government are not aligned with those of the people, those who wore the shirts and came out with their pom-poms and voted for this New Day administration. Madam President, this budget has allocated a third of what the previous administration budgeted for social assistance. Does that mean that every single person in the Bahamas who needs help will get it? Because we all know that persons are turned away from social services, unable to get help. And in some cases, all the help they get, Madam President, people tell me, is $85 a month or a $40 coupon. So why cut the social assistant benefit? Why cut it, Madam President? People are just getting back to work. Yes, the unemployment rate may have decreased since the pandemic and since the country opened back up. But Madam President, there are still hurting people out there. So social services could always use the extra money to help them. I say it's solid priorities, Madam President. Why not allocate the sum? Why not allocate the sum that was allocated in the previous year, even if it's not spent? The same way, Madam President, that the Prime Minister allocated for travel. Basically, the social services would have the money on hand to assist as necessary, just how the money is on hand to travel if necessary. Just last evening, Madam President, our news featured a single mother who is currently living in a school bus off Carmichael Road and facing eviction. The mom said that she obviously doesn't want to have a child living in a bus, but she simply can't do any better. This mother is employed, Madam President. She's not unemployed. She makes $240 a week as a space cleaner. And she described the turnaround she faced at social services trying to get help just last night. Recounting her interaction with social services, the single mother said that she had visited social services the month prior and was told that she would have to wait because they have appointments and people on monthly programs to deal with. Madam President, this isn't a unique account. We have all heard of the turnaround that people often face. So why cut the budget when you can allocate the funds, and if they're not spent, they aren't spent, as the PM said of the travel budget? Seemingly, the government does not realize that even though less persons are furloughed at the moment, times are still hard. It is rough, I tell you, on these streets, Madam President. Even the employees who are considerably above minimum wage, they're still struggling, Madam President. The cost of living is simply too high. And inflation is, well, it's definitely killing me. It's killing the average Bahamian. I don't know how many people around the table are feeling it, but I'm feeling it, Madam President. The social assistance benefit was reduced significantly, but the travel and subsistence benefit was increased significantly, Madam President. How many Bahamians are going to be able to take a vacation this year? I know that my family certainly won't be vacationing, Madam President. $14 million. I mean, it's $14.8 million, or $14,853,409, which is really closer to $15 million. So I almost feel like I should say $15 million, but I'll give it to them at $14.8 million, Madam President. Madam President, why is the budget for travel up, but the budget for social assistance down? Do I agree that it is good for the Prime Minister of our country to go on a world tour promoting our country? Of course I do. The fact is that climate change is a very important and crucial issue for us right now. And does the opposition support any efforts to tackle climate change? Of course we do, Madam President. But this recent pandemic has taught us that there's so much we could do just by video, just by conferencing. It doesn't mean you never travel, but it sure means that you may not have to travel $14 million worth of travel. Madam President, we support the travel of the Prime Minister, but not to the tune of $14.8 million, especially when the cost of gas is over $7 a gallon in our country. Madam President, couldn't the $10.6 million from the 2021-2022 budget suffice? Do we really need almost $15 million? Almost $15 million, Madam President? That extra almost $5 million could have gone towards social assistance benefits, which the Davis administration has cut, knowing full well that even though people are going back to work, there's always room for the allowance in order to help people like the mother in the bus on Carmichael Road. Madam President, again, they could have allotted it even if they didn't spend it, but they cut the social assistance budget, Madam President. People are in hard times right now, and they need help, Madam President. And so why cut the social assistance budget? Why decrease it? Mixed priorities, count solid priorities, I call it, Madam President. The government's priorities, count solid, mix, right up. Madam President, as an example, we all are in public life, and I'm sure we get invitations regularly. And because of us balancing our professional and personal lives, we often have to be selective about which ones we choose to attend, because you just can't go to all, or you'll be out all day, every day. And you know, your children won't see you, Senator Young. And so you don't want that to happen. You have to be selective. So let me just explain what happened recently. And of course, our Prime Minister can do as he would like. But Madam President, I'm reading from an article that I will table. And it says that, it was from yesterday. CHOGM starts today. And while the NATO summit will be held...
Senator Seymour, can you please confirm that you're adopting?
Yes, ma'am, I am.
Please say it.
I'm adopting this article. Thank you. And so, Madam President, Jacinda Ardern, she's only attending the NATO summit, okay? The title of the article is Tale of Two Summits. Why Jacinda Ardern said no to the Commonwealth, but yes to NATO. And it starts out and it says that her decision to attend the upcoming North Atlantic Treaty Organization, the NATO summit in Spain, but to skip the Commonwealth Heads of Government meeting, CHOGM, in Rwanda, symbolizes the changes she is making to New Zealand foreign policy. And it says that she is hardly alone in her decision, Madam President, to stay away from CHOGM. So far, only 35 of 54 Commonwealth leaders have sent an RSVP, and we know who is in that 35. The new Australian Prime Minister, Anthony Albanese, will be among the absentees. Deputy Prime Minister and Defense Minister will go instead. This is despite the fact that this year's CHOGM is being held during the Queen's Platinum Jubilee year and just over a month before the Commonwealth Games, the grouping's sporting flagship. The summit will also be the first CHOGM since 2018, the first CHOGM in Africa since 2007, and the first to be hosted by a new Commonwealth member. Rwanda was never a British colony, but voluntarily joined the Commonwealth in 2009. Now, it says that Rwanda's hosting of the summit this year is not without controversy, because Freedom House, a US-based think tank, called the country not free, with a ranking of just 22 points out of 100, placing it firmly in the bottom third of its global rankings, 2 places ahead of Russia. Freedom House says the Rwandan regime, led by authoritarian President Paul Kagame, Kagame, thank you, undertakes pervasive surveillance, intimidation, torture, and renditions or suspected assassinations of exiled descents. Now, Madam President, the article really goes on to say that a lot of leaders have decided to abort the summit, the CHOGM, of course, because it's driven partly by domestic political considerations and timing. This Friday's inaugural public holiday, which marks the new year, it says that it's a key election campaign, but it says that, Madam President, that they were concerned about the human rights issues and other issues. And so what some of the world leaders did do is they sent other ministers, but they did not attend themselves. So this is just an example that I would like to lay of the fact that you get different invitations, but that you don't have to attend all, Madam President. And so you have major countries around the world who decided that they're going to back out and not attend, Madam President. And so the fact of the matter is you get invitations, but you don't have to attend all of them that you get. And so this is just an example of what the New Zealand leader is doing and why is it that she decided she wasn't going to attend CHOGM. So, Madam President, like I said, we have to be selective. We get invitations and we don't have to attend all that we get. And I'm only talking about myself, and I'm only giving an example of New Zealand. So all I'm saying is that whenever we get invited places and we have to travel, we don't have to travel to everything we get invited to, especially for $14.8 million.
Excuse me, Senator Maxine Seymour, can you please forward the document
Sure.
you're tabling? Sign it and date, please.
Absolutely, Madam President.
Thank you so much.
Absolutely, Madam President. Madam President. Madam President, as it has been said here and in that other place, we all serve because we love our country. And for sure, Madam President, I know I am proud to be Bahamian, and I'm sure that everyone around this table is proud to be Bahamian. And so, Madam President, when you cut us, we're not gonna bleed red or yellow. We're going to bleed aquamarine and black. I know I'm not bleeding gold, Madam President, but I'm surely going to be bleeding aquamarine and black. And I tell you that we are proud to be Bahamian, Madam President, and we're all excited that next year is going to make us 50 years as an independent nation, Madam President. And I know I am certainly looking forward to the celebration because every single time I hear the national anthem play, chills go through my body, straight down my spine. In fact, one day I was in the food store, Madam President, and it played on the radio at that time. And I'll tell you, I paused, I stood at attention. My kids were like, oh, you embarrassing us, why are you? And I'm like, why is everyone else walking around? So we have to have pride in our country, Madam President. And like I said, I sing it loud and I sing it proud and I can't sing. So people around me prefer me not to sing it, but it's because I want to lift my head to the rising sun and just show my pride as a Bahamian. And so we understand that independence is important, and we're all looking forward to the celebration next year, Madam President. But $5.2 million for the celebration, Madam President? $5.2 million, that's a lot of money, especially when you have an over $500 million deficit with significant economic headwinds that are ahead. Is it really prudent to spend $5.2 million on our independence celebration? Can we not have gotten away with maybe $3 million and then give the other $2.2 million to social services for social assistance benefits, Madam President? In fact, couldn't we have given it to the Crisis Center? Because of all the cases and incidents of domestic violence, Madam President, among our population, the one place that could use it is the Crisis Center, because they've been here since forever. And Madam President, they're there to help families and persons in crisis. And I have to give credit where it's due, Madam President. I would not give credit to this New Day government. Madam President, this New Day government saw fit to increase the contribution to the Crisis Center and other agencies by 10%, a whopping 10%, which took the Crisis Center from $30,000 a year to $33,000 a year. So, Madam President, I have to give them credit for that. This year, next, they're going to be giving the Crisis Center $33,000 for the whole year. I know that they must be very happy and proud about that, Madam President. In fact, I don't know, in my estimation, that might be what we end up paying for the cupcakes with the flags on top of them at the celebration of our 50th independence next year. So you see, Madam President, the priorities are obviously mixed right up, just like Conch Salad. $5.2 million to celebrate the independence anniversary and $33,000 to help families, men, women, and children who are in crisis, Madam President. $5.2 million versus $33,000, Madam President, to help a major civil society organization that helps to mitigate crisis. Are we proud that we're turning 50 and we're giving $33,000 to a major civil society organization? In fact, I guess the Crisis Center should be happy, because when I checked the budget, Madam President, the Aaron H. Gilmore School for the Blind and Visually Impaired, their 10% took them to $11,000, Madam President. So the School for the Blind is getting $11,000, so I guess the Crisis Center should be happy. Madam President, at a former job, I was a part in 2014, I remember we donated an electronic magnification system to amplify text to the School for the Blind. And that made it easier to read and less strenuous for legally blind students. And in 2011, that same organization had donated a computer lab when it was renovated. The reality is, talking to them back then, these things are expensive, Madam President. And we have to remember that the School for the Blind and Visually Impaired, as an example, isn't just for persons who are completely blind, it's for persons who are visually impaired in some way. And so, Madam President, like I said, I give them credit. They did raise it by 10%, and I gave them their kudos, even though they don't seem to want to take it. But all I'm saying is $11,000 for the year for the School for the Blind, $14.8 million for travel, $5.2 million for independence. Sounds like Conch Salad priorities to me, Madam President. Picture the average Bahamian that, according to an article from Eyewitness News in 2019 that featured the governor of the central bank, and it stated that nearly 90% of Bahamians have less than $5,000 in deposit accounts, being told that their relief is coming in the form of concessions on imported electric vehicles, Madam President, at a reduced rate that was expanded from $40,000 to $70,000 vehicles, Madam President. I mean, I don't know how many of the average Bahamians can afford electric vehicles. So the concession is simply, in my opinion, for the rich Bahamian citizen and resident who are in the favorable and fortunate position to afford such luxury. Conch Salad priorities, Madam President. Electric cars. How does the domestic or franchise worker going to benefit from that, Madam President? First of all, nothing revolutionary happened here. All the government did was expand the value of cars that qualify for the 20% rate from $40,000 to $70,000 so that the rich can benefit from this tax break. while the poor continue to fight rising gas prices, Madam President, prices that the government should be doing more to address. In fact, Madam President, you know, I live in the south of the island, and I'll tell you that a particular fuel franchisor decided that they would have a sale on gas at $5.99 a gallon. Meanwhile, their parent company was charging gas at $6.13 a gallon. At the same time, this $5.99 sale was going on, everywhere else was $6.13. But still, people drove far, lined up, obstructed traffic to catch the sale of 14 cents per gallon they were saving. And I told my husband, even if they bought 10 gallons, Madam President, they'd only save $1.40. But that's how desperate people are to try to get a deal on fuel, because it is really difficult. When I drive up to the station now and I ask for a certain amount of gas, it doesn't take my tank anywhere where it used to take it. But it's as if, even though, you know, gas is at $6.97 a gallon at Shell, $6.98 a gallon at Rubis, and $7.39 a gallon at Esso, the Consolidated Priorities government said, well, if you can't afford gas, go get an electric car. In fact, don't get one for $40,000, get one for $70,000. We want you to have all the Bluetooth and everything else included, Madam President. And so, Madam President, here we go. The government's priorities, in my opinion, are just mixed right up. The everyday Bahamian finds it hard to come across a slow 20 to put some fuel in their car. I don't even know what the price of diesel is these days, but $7.39 a gallon for gas, Madam President. $7.39 a gallon for gas. When I checked today, Madam President, and listen to me, ain't much people going to the gas station these days authorizing no pump, Madam President. They ain't pulling up saying authorize pump 7. Ain't none of that going on. People counting coins and stuff. I know I count them, trying to see if I could, instead of getting $5, get $6, which isn't even a whole gallon, because I need $7.39 to pay for a gallon. But this Solid budget is saying to the ordinary Bahamian, if you can't afford it, just go buy an electric car, Madam President. Same with home ownership. Again, I like to give them kudos where it's due, Madam President. But it is far removed from you then to entreat me to resonate with the hardworking employees, the mothers and fathers, who, after facing the most recent pandemic and devastating time of the hurricane, the pandemic, and everything else, yes, construction material rates have been reduced. But, Madam President, some of these people facing eviction from their landlord, rent overdue. They messaging me, I could tell you. They ain't pay rent for this amount of time. They ain't pay rent for that amount of time, Madam President. And so I'm sending them to you, AG. So, Madam President, some of them are defaulting on their mortgages, those who already have homes, by unforgiving financial institutions, and struggling to find substantial amount of funds to fuel their cars. I mean, so this is a great benefit, Madam President. But from what I could tell, the priorities of this government are mixed right up, just like Consolidated.
Madam President, on a
I knew
point
it
of
wouldn't
order.
take them long.
On a point of order.
The chair recognizes Senator Pinder. What is your point of order?
He's misleading the public, Madam President. I would like to know, is the opposition senator really taking the position that providing additional concessions and incentives for Bahamians to own their first home, which many would say is the most important investment of an adult professional in their lifetime, and providing unmatched concessions than any administration has ever done, including theirs, is conch salad? Is that what she's saying? That's conch salad?
Misunderstood.
I'd like her to just clarify, because she's clearly misleading the Bahamian public on what is important to Bahamians.
I'm trying to figure it out, because there's not a point of order.
Senator Seymour,
I just
Please.
wanted to be clear on what the point of order is so that I could address it. Would you ask him to clarify for me, please, his point of order? I'm not clear on his point of order, Madam President.
His point of order, Senator. His point of order, Senator Seymour, is that you were misleading on the basis that the concessions granted to first home owners is wide sweeping, and it is by far the most we've experienced in years in budgets. But my position is I'd like for you to move on, please.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I don't know how many persons are looking to purchase or build their dream home this year. Madam President, the ordinary Bahamian is just trying to make it through this rough period. Like I said, behind on rent, utilities in arrears, car payment overdue, credit card maxed out. Many of those who have saved their down payment for a new home had to use the funds to stay afloat during the pandemic. And others who may qualify, some others who may qualify, may be loan and credit shy right now. Because after all, a home is a long-term investment, and some are likely to retain their liquidity until the economic dust settles. That's all I'm saying. But like I said, we all have different friends, we move in different circles, and maybe our priorities differ. Madam President, again, I would like to commend the government. All I'm doing in this contribution is commending the government, but this is how they accept a gift. They're not seemingly being nice in return. I want to tip my hat to the government and give them kudos. Because here it is now, Madam President, they have allocated in this budget money for a women's shelter, a women's empowerment place. And so I tip my hat to the PLP administration for taking a whole $500,000 and putting it aside for a women's shelter. Madam President, I went ahead and I decided that I'll speak to some persons, some professionals, a trained architect, a commercial project manager, and Madam President, all the persons I spoke to felt like $500,000 was very low for a comprehensive shelter that includes living areas, dormitory, commercial kitchen, common eating areas, classrooms or lecture halls, a laundry, storage, mechanical rooms, security, entertainment areas, positive outdoor space, the things that you would want to have in a shelter. So, Madam President, I'm wondering how many residents are going to be housed at this shelter? How many staff are we going to be able to accommodate? Will there be visitor areas? I even want to know how they arrived at the $500,000 because it's too broad scope to simply say $500,000. Is there a plan already? In this construction climate, Madam President, I am told that the largest building that can be constructed for that figure is about 300,000 square feet. And for a national shelter, Madam President, that is quite small. According to Stephen Wrinkle, the former Bahamian Contractors Association president, our country is experiencing cement shortages, with suppliers predicting that the backlog will result in a 20% cost hike for the sector. Madam President, don't get me wrong. I think $500,000 can build a shelter that is hurricane resistant, and it'll probably have about 8 bedrooms with common spaces. But is that sufficient, Madam President? Who is the shelter for? Is the shelter for victims from New Providence, from Exuma? Is it from Grand Bahama, Madam President? Domestic violence is escalating, and UN Women has revealed studies that prove that the pandemic has negatively impacted women with increased incidence across the hemisphere. So many women are hurting and being hurt. I can only hope that a shelter, Madam President, will give more victims the courage they need to vacate their dangerous homes and find safety. But I would just like to know how it is that the government is going to build a shelter for women across our archipelago in case we have to fly those in from other islands with $500,000, Madam President, when they're spending $14.8 million on travel and $5.2 million on the independence celebration next year. Madam President, will this building be able to accommodate and cater to the needs of women and children in our country who are abused on a daily basis? Madam President, from last year, it's just been articles and bad news reports on women being abused, and likewise, there have been reports on the cost of construction escalating, Madam President, and there have been disruptions recently, like I said, in terms of the hike based on the concrete shortage, Madam President. And so the reality is that I'm being told, or the article, Madam President, that I was quoting, that's called Cement Shortage Raises Fares of 20% Price Hike, Madam President, by Neil Hartnell and Yuri Kemp. It says that...
Are you adopting and tabling?
Yes, Madam President. I'm adopting the article. Cement shortage raises fares. In this instance, it's a very isolated adoption. I'm being very selective in my adoption, Madam President. Very isolated adoption, Madam President.
please state as well?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Thank you.
So, Madam President, according to the article, $22 a bag is what we're paying now for cement compared to the usual $14 or $17. And so again, I give the government kudos, Madam President, but $500,000 for a shelter compared to $5.2 million for the 50th anniversary celebration of our country and $14 million for travel. Madam President, the one thing about capital expenditure is this. Every time we drive past the shelter, and every time we see the shelter, if we know where it is, because we'll assume it'll be in an undisclosed location. But Madam President, when we see the shelter,
No.
is this
No. On a point of
assume that
order.
it'll-
On a point of order, Madam President, I will not.
The chair recognizes Senator the Honorable Ryan Pinder. Senator.
The point is she's casting aspirations on this government that are unfounded, and I will not sit here and listen to this over and over again. That we are going to hide the shelter as a government? Are you serious?
I think.
Assume that it's going to be a location not
Yeah.
specified.
Why would you want to
What do you think that is? No,
Okay, order.
What do you think the unfair aspiration on this government is?
Order.
I will not.
Have a seat.
Order.
You just can't tell this. Your own words condemn you. You can't tell that out. Your words can't tell you out, man. No, Madam President.
No, order.
Yeah, I'm in order.
The chair has not recognized you, Senator.
Let me hear the ruling then. Please. Let me hear the ruling.
Senator Seymour, can you repeat what you said about the shelter?
I said that I assumed that it would be in an undisclosed location, which to my knowledge for domestic violence victims is a security practice. Why would we tell people where the shelter is? That is what I said. I said that I would drive past it and see it, and then I said I assume it would be an undisclosed location.
Order. Senator Seymour, if that was the statement you made, you can move on. Thank you.
Thank you,
Senator
Madam
Seymour.
President. So like I was saying that when we see the shelter, and then I paused to say we might not because for the safety of the victims, we wouldn't want everyone to know where it is. Just like the Link shelter, I don't know where it is. So Madam President, well, let's just put up a sign so everyone knows. Madam President, so here it is. When you have a capital expense and you see the building that was constructed, Madam President, and the building, hopefully will be able to withstand hurricanes and really be elevated and help with floods. And Madam President, hopefully it will have room for women. And, part of what the opposition does is propose rooms for women and children with privacy. Because in terms of the pandemic, we wouldn't want in any shelter to have somebody get infected with something and then there's a breakout in the whole shelter. So hopefully they'll have rooms and places for private counseling, Madam President. And, just places for women by themselves, places for women with children. And so what I would like, and maybe the eager one can explain to me, is how we're going to do this with $500,000 when we could spend $14.8 million on travel and $5.2 million on independence. And in my opinion, again, once we're done with independence and once we're done with travel, one of the most substantial things we might have are photographs. At least when we spend money on a shelter, we have a constructed building and we're saving lives, we're intervening in domestic crisis, we're protecting and helping women who are most impacted by gender-based violence, and we're helping those children. Madam President, we're not taking selfies in our polished shoes and our nice ties. Madam President, we're helping to save lives at $500,000. But for $5.2 billion, we're profiling. And for $14.8 billion, we're traveling. These are facts, Madam President. These are all facts. Okay, I'll be profiling. So, Madam President, these are all facts. The budget says $14.8 billion for travel, and it says $5.2 billion for $14.8 million for travel. Thank you, and $5.2 million for the independence celebration. Okay? I've been saying million just now. I stepped up, and I appreciate you. Thank you very much. We're all colleagues in here. And all I'm saying is, I'm not saying anything that isn't. I'm just saying that the budget says, and Madam President, I studied the budget. I'm not making this up. The budget says that we're putting $14.8 million to travel And I heard from the Deputy Prime Minister that we're giving $5.2 million for the 50th Independence celebration. And as a fact, we're allocating $500,000 for the women's shelter. These aren't things I'm making up. This isn't my opinion. This is just a reflection of what I consider solid priorities. That's all it is. Furthermore, Madam President, like I said, I would like to know where this $500,000 number even came from. Because I mean, I wouldn't like to think at all that they were just throwing a bone to, to keep people quiet, because we know that special interest groups have been getting louder and louder and louder when it comes to protection for women, because the pandemic has seen an increase in domestic violence. And those are all facts, Madam President. And so it's really gotten worse when it comes to domestic violence. And again, and you know why? And that's exactly why I commend the government for setting aside money for the women's shelter. But $500,000 versus $5.2 million versus $14.8 million, Madam President, couldn't we travel maybe for $11.8 million? And then we'll have an extra $3 million to put toward a shelter? Or maybe instead of paying $5.2 million for the 50th Independence celebration, maybe we could spend $3.2 million and then put $2 million toward the shelter. I'm only suggesting what in my mind would make sense to me if one did not count solid priorities, Madam President. And so, Madam President, again, I'd like to know, what is the average recommended size of a shelter? What is the number of families recommended in a space? Will this $500,000 shelter have adequate square footage to be properly staffed, like I said, to support women in their physical, mental, emotional, and spiritual recovery as they seek to regain their self-identity? Will the women have space for a gym, Madam President, so they can exercise and build strength? Will there be space for private counseling? Will it be a place where they can heal and regain confidence without feeling pressured to leave because of space limitations and others on the wait list? Madam President, will there be enough space for them to develop life and professional skills to equip them for reintegration into society? Madam President, I don't know the details of the Independence celebration, but I propose, Madam President, again, that when the $5.2 million is spent, I'm not sure what we will have left, but I know that when we build shelters, we save lives, Madam President. And so we need to make sure that our priorities are in order, because domestic violence is on the rise. And the reported cases do not even touch the surface. And women have lost their lives because they've had to stay inside their homes, Madam President. I'm sure that women every night, right now, tonight, on June 21st, 2022, when the countries open up, I'm sure that when they lay their heads on their pillows, many of them know that the abuse is just too much to bear. But Madam President, they don't have any choice. And we get on our high horses sometimes and we say, why don't they leave? Why don't they leave? Why are they staying? Why are they allowing that man to do that to them? But where will they go? They don't have anywhere to go, Madam President. It's just that simple. So again, I keep complimenting the government for setting aside the $500,000, but again, they keep beating me up. They keep beating me up. I am really grateful that they've considered the women, okay? But I don't know how much women it'll hold. I don't know if it's 5, I don't know if it's 10, I don't know if it's for a short period of time. I don't know if their children will be able to fit, because we know that the problem is bigger than 5 or 10 women. So how do we find equity in this situation? How could we build shelters, Madam President, that will adequately and appropriately provide for their physical protection, mental development, and emotional healing? So far, we've played lip service to these things. And if we are serious, we need to put our money where our mouth is. What overall percentage of the budget does $500,000 represent? I know Minister Halkitis is a numbers genius, Madam President. Maybe he could tell me what overall percentage of this budget $500,000 represents. I submit that it's not even 0.5%, Madam President. 0.5%. That's the priority we're placing on hurting women. I say it's solid priorities, Madam President, because there needs to be greater investment and greater urgency. Again, I am happy that the government has put this money aside to build this women's shelter, Madam President. But all I'm saying is $500,000 for a women's shelter, $5.2 million for Independence celebration, $14.8 million for travel. And Madam President, it gets even better. Because in order to get persons who are in remand, keep them comfortable, we're spending $40 million. So we're spending $500,000 on the victims and $40 million on the criminals. And when I say it's solid priorities, some people want to get offended. But Madam President, $40 million on the new Department of Corrections, $500,000 on the shelter, $14.8 million on travel, $5.2 million on the 50th Independence celebration. Madam President, I heard the Minister of Social Services boast of a plan that Melanie Griffin, the former Minister of Social Services, left in place, a 10-point plan. Don't brag about it. Don't talk about it. Just do it. It's been 9 months. Less talk, more action. Let's save more lives instead of taking photographs. Let's just save more lives. Madam President, when the gender-based violence bill is passed, and I'm happy to hear that that's going to be soon, that would create a funding mechanism for all registered NGOs who support women and children and others who are victims of domestic violence. Madam President, the solution to domestic violence, rape, sexual crimes is a holistic solution. And so we have to look at everything. We have to look at the shelters. We have to look at the legislation. Madam President, we have to look at everything. And like I said, I'm happy that they've allocated this $500,000 for this new women's shelter, Madam President, and to help women cope, with violence and unemployment. And Madam President, like I said, I'm just happy about it. What I'm not happy about is what I see as solid priorities. And when you take the scale and you put 500,000 here, and you put 14.8 million here, 500,000, 14.8 million, it just doesn't measure up, Madam President. And so that's all I'm saying. Madam President, I'll tell you, when it comes to urban renewal, Madam President, I am looking forward with high expectations to what is going to become of it. And again, I commend the government. See, just more commendation, kudos. I might even get in trouble with my party. They say, man, you everywhere commending them. So I commend them on the appointment of Stephen Dean to urban. You only like that, okay, acknowledge. So I commend them, Madam President, on appointing Stephen Dean. And I really look forward to great things from urban renewal. And guess what, Madam President? They increased the urban renewal budget in this budget. They increased the allocation to urban renewal. Guess by how much, Madam President? $500,000, Madam President. $500,000 for urban renewal. Another program that's said to help the vulnerable in our society. Boy, this $500,000 number is the number. Boy, you low and out, this the number. Madam President, $500,000 for urban renewal. And like I said, in my mind, it's solid priorities. Because it's like 500,000. It's the magic number for the vulnerable in our country, Madam President. And while we're talking urban renewal, Madam President, since we're on the subject of urban renewal, there are those who would have you believe that the minister administration did not support the urban renewal ban, that we dismantled the ban. But let me just set the record straight on that, Madam President, because youth were our priority. Madam President, our side could also participate in ministerial posturing and grandstanding. Our former Minister of Social Services, Frankie Campbell, had multiple photo ops with the urban renewal ban, because we know the importance of extracurricular activities. Madam President, so they take their photo ops with their band members and make it seem as if, we didn't do anything. So Madam President, I want to show the former Minister Campbell at the airport as the band prepared to travel to Atlanta to participate in the popular Children's Healthcare of Atlanta Children's Christmas Parade on December 1, 2018. The band helped to raise funds and the government supported them. Madam President, the band's MLK trip to Tampa was in January. This one, Madam President, just so we get it right. This is when the band went to the Christmas parade in Atlanta on December 1, listen up, December 1, 2018. 2018, this is where they went, and then this next one. And Madam President, this one is when they went to, this one happened in January 2020. January 2020, Madam President, right before the pandemic, okay? So in January 2020, Madam President, this is the urban renewal ban, and see our minister too. You see our minister, Madam President? Our minister could take pictures with children from urban renewal too. And here he is, Madam President, in January 2020, on the 20th day, right before the pandemic, as they were getting ready to head to the MLK parade in Tampa to participate. See? You see Minister Frankie Campbell? Everyone sees him? So this is him, Madam President, January 20, 2020. Needless to say, Madam President, when the pandemic hit, even elective surgeries were canceled. It's just a fact. And so, Madam President, though, during the pandemic, the pop band, which is a smaller band, was still able to socially distance, and they were able to, Madam President, to function with social distancing throughout the pandemic, Madam President. And I wish I could lay the video clips from the Urban Renewal Band's December 2020 virtual performance that was pre-recorded at Salem Union Baptist Church on Taylor Street, or the band at the opening of summer camp in 2018, or maybe them performing during the Christmas Day festivities in 2019. Madam President, under the last administration, the Urban Renewal Band was not dormant. It was fully funded and functional. We had our priorities in the right place. And so, Madam President, I'm very happy to hear that now that the pandemic has become more manageable, the band will be able to operate at its full potential as in pre-pandemic days under the last administration. Madam President, while we're talking urban renewal, let me just remind that the urban renewal contractors are still waiting to be paid what's legally due to them. So, Madam President, when we talk count salary priorities, Madam President, it also, in my mind, applies to the haste by which we complete certain tasks, and that certain tasks have been tackled by this administration. I heard the AG say that he has settled outstanding judgments against the government, and I congratulate him on that accomplishment. Again, listen, y'all doing a job, and I congratulate you on that accomplishment, Madam President. And so, Madam President, I congratulate you on settling those outstanding settlements, AG. And I wonder, Madam President, if he could brag in the same way about those Bahamians that saw their contracts prematurely terminated at beaches and parks and urban renewal and other areas of government service. Madam President, I would be more impressed if he would brag about them being paid and handled properly and respectfully. I wonder if the government...
The chair recognizes Senator Honorable Quentin Lyburn.
Point of order,
Yes,
Madam
can
President.
you please state your point of order?
Yes. The
Yes.
senator has suggested that contracts were terminated, accused us of terminating contracts prematurely. If there's no information to support such a claim here, I ask that be withdrawn from the record. I ask that she please provide records of that. Thank you. I ask that it may be.
Okay. Madam President, you have...
Senator Maxine
Madam
Seymour?
President, my
Yes.
understanding, can he prove that no contracts were terminated when the government took office? Because, I made the statement, and if you deny it, he has to be able to prove that it's not true.
Senators.
So is he denying?
Senator Lyburn, are you denying that the contracts were canceled at?
So no
Madam President,
canceled.
all I'm simply saying is that the senator has alluded or said that we have terminated contracts prematurely. That is misleading the general public, and if she's not able to provide any information to prove that, it should be withdrawn from the records.
Are you denying that the contracts? Senator.
Madam President, all I'm saying is
Wait.
Sorry.
Senator. Order. Senator Maxine, do you have any evidence to substantiate your claim with respect to the contracts?
Madam President, once he denies it, may I produce it at that time? Because he needs to deny that they were cut, because I am asserting, is it that we're saying that everything that we say has to be proved? So you can prove that none have been terminated?
We've been down this road.
Senator, take your seat, please, Senator Lyburn.
Madam President, I will state again. Sorry, my apologies. Madam President, once again, I just do not want the general public that is watching to be misled by these accusations. That's all I'm saying, is that we cannot allow in this house that someone can come up in here and allude and said that contracts are terminated prematurely without providing proof. That's all I ask.
They weren't
Thank you.
terminated? So they weren't terminated?
Deny
Madam President, Madam President,
Senator Seymour, and I take your point, but I just want to find out from Senator Quinton the exact nature of his point of order. You're saying that she's misleading the House with respect to the contracts. Are you denying that persons were fired from beaches and parks, right?
urban renewal.
Pardon me? And urban renewal.
All I'm saying, Madam President, is I'm just saying that imputation of improper motive is being done over here, and that's all we're trying to prove. That's all I'm trying to say, Madam President. Thank you.
Madam President,
Wait, but before you continue, allow the president to speak.
What's improper about firing?
No, I think no. Senator, I just want to understand if y'all can just allow the senator and I to speak. I think that your position is on what the good Senator Liburn is saying is that under Rule 31, subsection 3, right, that you're misleading subsection 14 with respect to the imputation of improper motives of the personal reflections of imputation of improper motive by the government, right?
I did. Madam President, let me just clear up what I said. I said that the same haste by which we settle some, we should settle all. I didn't say anything about, who was, not. I didn't talk about anyone's character. I just said that the same.
You're saying that the contracts, the contractors were fired from beaches and parks. They were terminated. They were terminated. Wait.
I said, Madam President.
Stay focused on it.
What I said, Madam President, is that the same haste by which we settled other, I'll tell you exactly, other claims that the government had, that the same we settled those outstanding judgments should have been the same haste by which we settled the outstanding beaches and parks and urban renewal payments that were due to them on the termination of their contract.
That is not what I heard earlier, but
No, I can read it. You can no. I said terminate.
I would accept your second.
Right. Well, I may.
I would accept your second presentation. Okay.
Right.
Because that's not what I understood initially, and I think that is why you found your initial statement misleading. But if you go with what you said secondly,
the word
we can move. Okay. We can move on.
Was it intentionally omitted?
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Madam President. And so, Madam President, all I'm saying is that we hasten to do certain stuff and we don't hasten to do other things. And that's why I say that's a consolidate priority. Same thing with RISE, Madam President. Madam President, when the government introduced VAT, 10% VAT to breadbasket items and medicine, they sold us the Robin Hood story, Madam President. They told us this was about wealth redistribution. They said not to worry. We're now going to be collecting VAT on breadbasket items from the major franchises and the hotels and all the rich people who could pay, and we're going to get it to the people who may be more vulnerable through the RISE program. But why is it that the same haste by which we added it in January is already June 2022? 9 months since the administration took office, 6 months since 10% went on breadbasket items and medicine, and we're still talking about RISE. We need to just do it. Because guess what, Madam President? RISE was already piloted. All the information is there. The framework is there. Just start it. And if you have to adjust as you go along, then adjust as you go along. But the same haste that we did to do other things, to add the VAT to the breadbasket items and medicine, we need to take that same haste, that same efficiency, that same energy, and hurry get the money through RISE to the people who need it. This ain't rocket science, Madam President. Let's stop talking about RISE and let's just do it. Because it's nothing new. It's something that we could do, Madam President. So, Madam President, again, like I said, I just want to capture for everybody here what it is, Madam President, that the government has done in this budget as I see it. The Council priorities I see. They reduce support to small and medium-sized enterprises, Madam President. That's what this budget has done, Madam President. And it is a well-documented fact that small and medium-sized enterprises are one of the #1 drivers in the economy. And in this current administration, Madam President, has Council priorities. Because I'm asking myself, Madam President, why is it that the budget for small business development was reduced? Why is it, Madam President? Why was it reduced? In fact, why hasn't the budget for the lunch vendor program in Ministry of Education been increased? You're going to tell me why it was reduced because I asked the question.
Senator Lightburn.
Point of order, Madam President. Once again, the senator is asking on why the funding for small business was reduced. If she had comprehensively read this budget, she will see that that is not the case in this budget. We've not reduced funding for small businesses. I'm sure. That's all my point of order is.
Madam President, the lunch program for Ministry of Education is seeing no increase. And again, yes, I know that there are certain things that have been placed.
Order.
Yes, correct. Small business. Oh, sorry.
Sorry,
Let me
just
say the exact thing.
yeah, no, just a point of order. She's factually
Chair recognizes.
Thank you. She's factually incorrect. The government is actually funding small businesses to the tune of $50 million, which is an increase overall. The budget is spread across 5 agencies. She might see that the actual allocation to the SPDC has been shrunk, but that's because the funds have been spread across a number of organizations to tackle various sectors in the economy. So in actuality, funding for small businesses has increased overall, $50 million.
What is it being called?
There are 5 different organizations: the Bahamas Development Bank, BAIC, Small Business Development Center, the Venture Capital Fund. The small businesses are funded through all of those various organizations, not just one. So funding has actually increased to the tune of $50 million.
Thank you, Senator Griffin.
stand corrected.
Senator Maxine Seymour, can you kindly correct the record?
Yes, I stand corrected that it's increased. That's
And
one.
she did correct the record. She did correct the record. The record is corrected, and it's been withdrawn and expunged from the record. And just generally, not pertaining to you, Senator Seymour, I want us to save all of the discussions of whys and the numbers in the budget for the committee as a whole when the Vice President will take the seat, so that we can move on through the budget. Thank you.
I said SPD. Right.
Please proceed, Senator.
Okay. So, Madam,
thank you.
Madam President, I stand corrected that the budget that was for SPDC is now being distributed in other ways. So we'll keep an eye out for that. Madam President, I just want to correct the record in terms of the last administration and the Department of Gender and Family Affairs, Madam President, because again, there's a misconception that there was a report and that it just sat on a shelf. This particular report, the National Task Force for Gender-Based Violence, I just would like to put on the record what it is that we did do. Madam President, first I'd like to talk about what we did in terms of the advancement and empowerment and protection of women. First of all, we established the historic establishment of the Office of the First Spouse in the Bahamas by the Prime Minister, the last Prime Minister, the Most Honorable Hubert Minnis. Despite much criticism, Madam President, I have to say that I see that the spouse of the current Prime Minister, Mrs. Anne-Marie Davis, is using that office to promote gender issues and to, in fact, right now she's in Africa I can't remember, in Ghana, I think it is, and she's traveling right now, and that's the same Office of the Spouse that the last administration implemented that was criticized, Madam President. And last administration as well, there was the public endorsement by His Excellency Governor General Cornelius Smith for the formation of the Caribbean Institute for Women in Leadership.
Just under section, I think it's 71, could you? No, because she was speaking to the Office of the Spouse, and I just want you to clarify whether or not you're referring to whether or not she's currently traveling in her personal capacity or under the office of the spouse.
That she's using the office to promote.
She's,
That's
okay, I
what
just
she's
want that to
using
be
the office
clarified. I just want your statement to be clarified.
Right,
Thank you.
yeah. No, and just to be clear, let me repeat it. I said that she's using the office that was established by the last administration to promote gendered issues, and even now is currently traveling. Now, I can't say what capacity she's traveling in, but I was referencing that.
I just want you to clarify that,
Okay.
please. Thank you. Thank you so much, Senator Seymour. And
No
Senator
problem.
Seymour, just stay focused on me and
Yes,
not
ma'am.
the noise
Absolutely.
in the on the
Listen,
chamber table.
I'm not paying attention
Thank
to the
you. Thank you, Senator Seymour. Thank you. Please proceed.
Madam President,
Thank
and
you.
I just want to say that what I am reporting here is after a conversation with the former head of the Department of Gender and Family Affairs, Dr. Jacinta Higgs. Madam President, like I said, the CIVIL, Caribbean Institute for Women in Leadership, Bahamas chapter was endorsed by the Governor General, under the last administration. Madam President, under the last administration as well, there was a partnership with the former Attorney General Carl Bethel with the Department of Gender and Family Affairs to execute a national campaign to formally register more than 900 civil society organizations, most of which are led by women. The decision to request cabinet approval to invite 103 women parliamentarians, women from all political parties, women who are civil society leaders, young professional women from the private sector, and teenage high school girls to a CSW, Commercial Sex Workers meeting in New York. Oh, sorry, not commercial sex workers. Meeting in New York in March 2019, Madam President. And their involvement there was commendable. And all of them returned to the Bahamas with greater knowledge, awareness, and empowerment to take women leadership to creative and innovative levels. Madam President, the historic occasion for which the former Speaker of the House of Assembly, Honorable Halson Moultrie, offered 40 women leaders from various political parties and civil society organizations. He invited them to present interventions for a resolution to introduce a temporary special measure for a quota to increase women in Parliament and a resolution to end gender-based violence in the Bahamas. Madam President, the last administration also completed the following from this report. And this is the immediate implementation action, the 10 low-hanging fruit. Madam President, the last administration, under focus on the family in 2018, the first time Department for Gender and Family Affairs offered $200,000 in grants to 14 NGOs. There were partnerships with family NGOs to establish the first National Family Week. There's a partnership with Queens College to offer the 7 Habits of Successful Families program, gender-based violence prevention, a national community awareness program. There was a partnership with Zonta and CIVIL, along with 15 NGOs to increase the Stop the Violence campaign. Historical inauguration ceremony of CIVIL, Madam President, and even in terms of a focus on males and females. Under the last administration, a male program coordinator was hired for the first time in the department to work with all male NGOs in the Bahamas. Madam President, under the last administration from 2017 to 2021, more than 90% of the allocation of funds was spent on NGOs training, public awareness, and GBV training or train the trainer programs. There was a Reclaiming Our Boys project that was funded and funding was given to 7 male groups, including Teen Challenge, Carlos Reed Boys Mentorship Program, International Men's Day Committee, LW Young Boys Mentorship Program. Madam President, the Bahamas Crisis Center, Ministry of Health, and the Department of Gender and Family Affairs and Department of Social Services held meetings on GBV coordinating councils for 35 family islands and keys. So they set up councils and they held meetings. The Crisis Center received a $100,000 grant for a program, a national early intervention program for children exposed to violence, a Crisis Center project. And Madam President, there was also GBV perpetrator prevention programs at the Roman Catholic Church, and there was a male mentorship program. And finally, under domestic violence fatality, there was a domestic violence fatality team project and training of over 500 police officers to implement the project. They formed, under the last administration, an intersectoral committee with 6 government agencies and 16 NGOs to review the 2017 GBV bill. And Madam President, of course, we know that the bill is currently with the Office of the Attorney General. And I will be happy to lay this document based on the account of the former head of the Department of Gender and Family Affairs, Dr. Jacinta Higgs. And Madam President, I appreciate your indulgence in terms of clearing the record, because I read very recently that the current minister said that the report had sat on a shelf for the past few years. Now, I don't know which shelf, and maybe there was a copy there, but I know that the past administration did make some strides, Madam President.
Are there other documents that you also have to table?
I think I sent,
There was another one, I think.
oh, one more.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
What about the photos? Are you tabling those as well?
Sure, absolutely.
Thank you.
Absolutely, Madam President. I definitely want to table these pictures with Minister
you
Frankie
sign them?
Campbell
Are
Trouble.
they
Yes,
signed
I
and
will.
needed?
Okay, that's why I think of course, because it's multiple ones. I will sign.
You want to sign those at the
Yes.
end because it's quite a
Anyway.
number of them,
Yes,
so
ma'am.
that you don't lose any time.
Absolutely.
Please
So,
proceed. Thank you.
Thank you. So, Madam President, I thank you for allowing me this time today to discuss what I see as the solid priorities of this government. The $14.8 million for travel, the $5.2 million for the 50th Independence celebration, Madam President, and meanwhile, the $40 million for the Department of Corrections. But yet, Madam President, while we have found certain amount of millions of dollars to fund the Department of Corrections and travel and ceremonial events and activities, we've managed to find $500,000. Again, I commend you for the $500,000 for the women's shelter and the $500,000 increase for urban renewal. And so, Madam President, again, I say that when I studied the budget, all I saw was solid priorities, priorities that aren't necessarily, in my opinion, aligned with the ordinary Bahamian, certainly not aligned with what my priorities are. And I just suggest that the New Day administration take another look, a closer look at its priorities that I think are mixed up, and that they avoid these solid priorities, and that we put more attention on the vulnerable. Like I said, social services is my main concern. And so I care about persons with disabilities, and I care about women who are hurting, and I care about children and other persons, Madam President, in our society, like that woman on Carmichael Road who's living in a bus, who said that she wasn't able to get the help that she needed from social services. And so again, instead of decreasing the social service assistance budget, which we did decrease, I got that one right. I mixed the one that we spread out, but I got that one right. So Madam President, instead of decreasing it, again, we could have allocated it. And then if it's spent, but at least the allocation would be there. And that's the words of the Prime Minister when he justified increasing the travel budget by $4.1 million. And so allocate it to social services and it'll be there so that that mother in that bus would be able to get help. Thank you again, Madam President, for this time. And here it is. That's all I have to say about what I call a solid budget.
Thank you so much for your contribution, Senator the Honorable Maxine Seymour. Can you please table the photos? Are you also tabling the larger photo with the prop? Is that also being tabled?
I think it'll make the third, President. I think it will make good artwork in the Senate, so I will definitely table it. And I will also table.
I won't approve it being in the Senate, but you can certainly table.
And I will also table the article on the Prime Minister's justification of the $4.1 million increase and the fact that it was being allocated, and if it's used.
But you did not refer to that.
I kept saying that he did. Okay, that's fine.
Yes,
I kept
you
saying
didn't
that's
refer
what he
to that
said.
one, okay?
So I will stand up the
Yes, you can
photo.
sign them up.
Thank you, Madam
Thank you so
President.
much. Thank you for your contribution. As many? Just. The chair recognizes Senator the Honorable Tyrell Young. Tyrell Young, Senator, you have the floor. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, it is indeed a privilege and one that I do not take for granted to stand again in this honorable chamber. And I must at this outset thank the Almighty God for the abundant blessings in my life. Let me take this opportunity to wish my colleagues a happy Father's Day. I hope that each and every one of you enjoyed a special day with your loved ones. Madam President, before I begin my contribution to the 2022-2023 National Budget Debate, I beg leave of you to take this moment to publicly extend my condolences to the family of Alethea Newbold, whose life was tragically lost 2 weeks ago when the plane she and 6 others were on crashed in bushes near the Edmonds Key Airport. My thoughts and prayers go out to all who were touched by this horrible accident, and I pray for the speedy recovery for all those who were injured. Madam President, my team and I were on the ground in Long Island immediately after we received word of the crash and were deeply saddened by the loss of the young mother. Madam President, even in the midst of tragedy, there were a number of persons who must be applauded for their immediate response to assist the injured on site, namely local rescuers first on the scene, Stephen Knowles, Rodney Burrows, Duncan Love, Eric Patterson, Rogers Cartwright, and Zoe Cartwright. The team of officers from the Edmonds Key Police Station, officers in charge, Superintendent McGregor, ASPs Rogers and Hannah, Sergeants Storr, Knowles, Turnquest, and Ferguson, Corporal McPhee, and WPC Norwich. Officers from the Royal Bahamas Defense Force, Civil Aviation personnel, Airport Authority, and United States Coast Guard personnel. Thank you, and God bless all of you for coordinating and leading the rescue efforts. I must thank my wife, Lisa. Madam President, I must thank my wife, Lisa, and our 2 sons for their unwavering support. My dear parents, siblings, loved ones, and extended family in Long Island for their unsurpassed love and encouragement. Madam President, I also want to thank our leader, the Prime Minister, Mr. Philip Edward Davis, for having the confidence in me to select me as senator and allow me to lend my voice in this historic chamber, and for my appointment as executive chairman, Bahamas Agriculture and Marine Science Institute, BAMSI. American essayist and poet Ralph Waldo Emerson is quoted as saying, "The only person you are destined to become is the person that you decide to be." The visionary member for Cat Island, Rumkey, and San Salvador, Prime Minister Davis, has decided to lead with a welcome humility and steadfastness that has not been seen over the past 4 years. He has decided, as seen over the last 9 months, to demonstrate his commitment to providing socio-economic conditions, to improving socio-economic conditions of Bahamians and the country at large. Notwithstanding the economic downturn from the 2-year pandemic and rebuilding needed following the passage of Monster Storm Doreen, revelations in Parliament have revealed excessive spending, Madam President, which the FNM indulged in. Contracts to cronies, approvals for obscene amounts of expenditure for diplomats abroad, and as Shakespeare wrote, something is rotten in the state. Madam President, my dear colleague who was just before me, talk about Kong Salad, talk about the expenditure and the XYZ. But what I'm talking about here, and what should be really explained by the opposition, is how do we see fit to spend $550K on furniture? That is the question that needs to be answered. And I hope, and I really hope to this day.
The member,
Well, the chair recognizes Senator Honorable.
the member is making improper imputations.
How so?
It is a point of order. It is a point of order. He's making improper imputations, and what I suggest that he does is find out how much was spent on diplomatic buildings before and offices and where people live before he makes such
What
a
is
statement.
what is the improper imputation? What is the improper
He
imputation?
said that the amount of money that we spent was insane.
He quantified the amount.
And that's improper. That's
No.
improper.
Are you denying?
Because
Okay.
you need to figure out how much was spent in
No.
Geneva.
Senator
You need to figure
Hatfield.
out how much was spent in Washington
Senator Handfield.
before he makes
no,
such a
Senator
statement.
Handfield, please. Senator
before he calls
Handfield.
it insane.
Senator Handfield. He quantified the amount that was spent. He quantified the amount that was spent, right?
Right?
Are you denying that was the amount
No,
that was spent?
I'm not denying anything. I'm saying that
Okay,
he's making
well-
improper imputations at the
But
government.
he
at the
quantified
time.
the amount that was
doesn't matter.
spent. He
That doesn't matter.
quantified. He said
And-
that
and-
He said that they were insane, and he quantified.
I try to behave because you're so good today. Right?
And so am I. Can you please resume your seat so that the senator can?
One more thing before I say, right?
But Senator Handfield,
Doesn't
is
know
it a
what was
point of
spent
order?
before. How could he call it? How could he compare it to say it's outrageous?
Senator Handfield, this is a rebuttal.
You know,
Can you please
how-
resume your
how
seat?
can he do that?
You're no longer recognized by the chair. Can you please continue?
Thank you, Madam President, once again. And I stand by my statement, 550K furniture expenditure. And this is what we call obscene. You want to talk with Kong Salad? Let's talk about this. Let's talk about the 5 or 7,000, 9,000, whatever the figure was on mirrors. You understand? 4,000 on lamps. You understand? And we have increased, and by matter of fact, we have increased the gender-based violence budget in restoration and building of shelters and housing to house these individuals. And yes, but my other question to you is, or concern is that what you should be concerned about is what have you done in the past 4.5 years while you were in power?
Senator Young,
And
speak
I
to the
totally
chair.
agree with
Senator
you.
Young,
It's a
speak to
new
the chair.
day.
Okay,
It's
thank
a
you.
new day.
Thank
And on top of that, the exemption that was given, the custom duty exemption that was given on airplanes, caviar, the rise in VAT to 12% from 7.5%. Where were you when these discussions were going on, my dear friend? So in the defense of this New Day government, and I think you should really look into your history before you speak about the future.
Senator Young. Senator Young, can you please direct?
Yes.
So speak to the
Madam
chair.
President.
Senator Young, just stay focused on the chair, and you'll be fine. You'll be fine. Stay focused on the chair.
apologize,
Thank you.
Madam
Thank you, Senator Young.
So, Madam President, the member for Rumkey, Cat Islands, and Salvador has decided to lead with a welcome humility and steadfastness that has not been seen in the past 4.5 years, like I said earlier. He has decided and has seen over the past 9 months to demonstrate the commitment to improving socioeconomic development in our country. The revelations I already said, Madam President, is that it was revealed excessive spending was spent by the FNM government. But we are past this point now, Madam President. Approvals of the obscene amount of expenditure. French playwright Molière wrote, "The greater the obstacle, the more glory in overcoming it." Despite these obstacles instituted by the previous administration, the New Day government is forging ahead and governing with transparency and accountability. And I repeat, with transparency and accountability, Madam President, as evidence this year's 2022-2023 budget. I also wish to acknowledge the inspiring leadership of the Honorable Clay Sweeting, the Minister of Agriculture, Marine Resources, and Family Island. And as everyone knows, my minister is bringing sexy back to agriculture. That's most definite. It's evidence. So, Madam President, I will also like to acknowledge at this time the Parliamentary Secretary and the Member of Parliament for North Andros and Berry Island, my good friend, Mr. Leonardo Lightborn. Madam President, this New Day government, unlike others in the past, obviously, is not New Providence centric, but has committed to investments on our family islands to cater to North and South American and European travelers desirous for direct airlift to Long Island. A new international airport will be constructed in Deadman's Key, and this will be facilitated through public-private partnerships. Also, Madam President, in the pipeline is a whopping $250 million investment project for a boutique resort and entertainment water park in South Long Island. Madam President, this right here in Mr. Rodney Monker's voice is very powerful. This here is powerful, Madam President. And the people of Long Island is ready and waiting for this project to come on stream. Madam President, last month on May 12th, a virtual graduation was held for BAMC graduates. And I wish to salute their achievements of successfully completing their prospective programs. You are indeed all champions of excellence. I would also like to take this time to recognize the many graduating high school seniors and grade 6 students in Long Island. You have faced the last 2 years of the COVID-19 pandemic with shared determination and resolve. And I applaud you all for reaching this milestone. A number of you were recipients of donations from my team and I for the Gentlemen's Club and other items needed for graduation. And I want to say to you, my team and I are extremely proud of you and your accomplishments, and we pledge our commitment to continue to be there to support you in your future endeavors in any which way that we can. Once again, congratulations. Madam President, hard work and honesty returns just rewards. I am proud of these young Long Islanders. As a community and close-knit island, Madam President, as a community and close-knit island, we true Long Islanders, and I repeat, Madam President, we true Long Islanders and descendants have integrity, know how to earn an honest living, and do not end up in any scandals of corruption. This year, again, Madam President, is very powerful. The devil finds work for idle hands. Some people seem to be very idle. Madam President, work. There's a lot of work to be completed and a lot of work taking shape at BAMC, where I sit as executive chairman. I now turn to the specifics of the budget as they relate to BAMC and the Ministry of Agriculture as a whole. This New Day administration, with our Prime Minister Philip Davis at the helm, and Minister Sweeting, the right men leading the way forward, have set the benchmark for others to follow as we assiduously work to increase food security in the Bahamas. Within months of coming to office, Madam President, this administration has passed new legislation to allow BAMC to operate 100% capacity and provide legal framework for the institution to create new partnerships, essentially legitimizing BAMC as an educational institute for science and research. One of the main objectives of BAMC is to advance our agriculture sector and marine economies through education. We have provided 10,000 seedlings to farmers across the archipelago to stimulate food production. Madam President, already BAMC has entered into a memorandum of understanding with the Ministry of Tourism and Investment and Aviation to launch certification programs in flats fishing, birding, eco tours that will begin next month, July. For example, obtaining a business license is required by law for bone fishing. Now, with this certification being offered by BAMSI, anglers do not have to leave Andros, the bone fishing capital of the Bahamas, to enroll in courses. On Maslow's hierarchy of need, a 5-tier model of human needs, food, air, water, clothing, and shelter are the foundations for a healthy human being. The BAMSI 2022 Act, which comes into effect July 1st, is one of foresight and demonstrates this administration's understanding that increasing our food security starts with agriculture. And creating a robust sector starts with education and training. BAMSI's first week-long summer camp on the island of New Providence begins in July. Will provide campus with field trips and hands-on marine activities. The week-long summer camp in North Andros begins next week, and transportation is being provided at designated areas in North and Central Andros, allowing students to see science concepts in action through gardening and exploring marine life will hopefully plant a seed of interest and inspire them to enroll at BAMSI. Madam President, one usually does not think about infrastructure until something is not working. I wonder if this explains why BAMSI was left in shambles by the previous administration. That logic still cannot be correct, Madam President. It cannot be correct. What seems more logical is perhaps the representatives and overseers of BAMSI never visited either to see the rundown conditions or, as most Bahamian voters verbalized, the last poorly-led administration just did not care. But thank God, Madam President, this New Day, Davis and Cooper administration cares.
Senator Penfield.
The point of order is he's making imputations that he cannot prove. For him to stand in this place and say that the previous administration just did not care, it's impossible for him to prove that.
Senator
He needs
Henfield.
to withdraw it.
Senator Henfield, the senator is entitled to his opinion,
He didn't say that.
and so that's not a point of order.
Madam President, he didn't say it was his opinion.
He's entitled to his
He made an
opinion.
assertion that was positive, right? He
His
said he
entire
didn't say this is
speech
not my opinion.
Is his opinion.
Okay, so I could say anything I want, and it's my opinion, and it's okay for me to say it. Let's
Well, and then someone will object, and then someone will object.
Ground level for everybody.
Then someone will object. Thank you, Senator Henfield. I appreciate your point. Senator Young, can you please proceed? Thank you.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, like I was saying before, the good senator tried to explain a point that wasn't a point. What seems more logical is perhaps a representative and overseers. No, we good.
Senator
So, Madam
Young, stay
President-
focused on the chair.
Yeah,
please.
yes.
Focus on
Madam
the chair.
President.
Thank you, Senator
Madam
Young.
President, I'll continue on from here. Infrastructure enables trade, connects workers to their jobs, and ultimately contributes to a country's economic growth. Multiple infrastructure projects for BAMSI has received the green light in this new budget. Construction will begin before the end of the calendar year on a modern-day parking house and processing facility on BAMSI campus, while Salt Pond, Long Island, will receive and will see the opening of BAMSI's office to provide an outlet for training and agriculture support where needed. At Salt Pond, Long Island. Long Island, BAMSI is on the way, and agriculture and BAMSI is on the move. BAMSI extension offices will also be opening in Kemps Bay, South Andros, and on Cat Island. The offices will serve as a linkage between farmers and BAMSI. farmers will be able to receive assistance on technical aspects and other farming issues such as handling disease of crops. The Extension Office, to be open on Long Island, will house a pop-up farmers market and also be a distribution center for seedlings and supplies to assist farmers. Madam President, construction of 2 chicken houses on Barmsey North Andros will aid in training local farmers on creating, setting up, managing industrial-sized poultry farms. They will be populated with layers and a hatchery to facilitate the farmers by providing young chicks to keep their stock levels at its maximum. Madam President, the government will also be reducing duties on poultry and eggs. Madam President, I am most excited about the construction of an agri-training center at Barmsey North Andros, where individuals will be trained on how to diagnose, how to repair, how to maintain, and how to operate heavy equipment. This is the first of any institution in the Bahamas to do this type of training, and this is a milestone not only for Barmsey, not only for agriculture, but for the Bahamas at large, obviously, this new day administration. So Barmsey will not only provide certifications and degree programs and hands-on farming and marine exploration, we will now also be able to train our students to repair our equipment. There will not be 95% or more of equipment not working under my watch as executive chairman of Barmsey. Will not under my watch. No, sir. Our students will receive the requisite skills to complement their theoretical lessons to provide for sustainability and continuity in the sector for generations to come. Madam President, we are investing in school greenhouses, commercial greenhouses, to start commercial greenhouse parks throughout the Bahamas. We will also be providing high-tech modernized equipment for food and safety laboratories. Farmers and anglers will also receive duty-free exemption on equipment and parts. Talk about conch salad. When, Madam President, the good senator, she ran out because she know I had some more rebuttals for her. But Madam President, I will reference that. Isn't conch salad one of the main pastime dishes of the Bahamian economy? One of the sweetest, most delicious dishes that people travel across the world just to get to the Bahamas for conch salad. And if conch salad was so bad, Madam President, if conch salad was so bad, why is everybody after this conch salad? You understand? She left and went under the dock now to the one for conch salad. You understand? So, Madam President, I understand, Madam President. Our concern is that it's so sweet, it's just unbelievable. And we take that, Madam President. We will take that one. So, Madam President, since the Davis-led administration came to power months ago, we have activated the long-awaited mandatory action rescuing children operation alert system called the MACO alert system. We have secured public sector salary increases across the board. Nearly 500 allied healthcare professionals have been approved for hire to shore up the manpower resources in our healthcare system. In addition to upcoming construction on new hospitals in New Providence and Grand Bahama Island. Madam President, we have a new agenda for flood-prone areas and are now moving forward with restoration efforts on the islands of Abaco and Grand Bahama. We have increased recruitment to law enforcement agencies, such as the Royal Bahamas Police and Defense Forces, and the Bahamas Department of Correctional Services, and we have implemented video visitations for inmates with loved ones. Madam President, I'd like to take this time to just say I would like to give special applaud to our colleagues in that other place. And
But I got to take a point of order.
Senator Hanfield, what is your point of order, please?
I'm thinking that the member may have misled. And if he could explain it a little better, I'll be fine. But he indicated that this administration established the Marco alert.
we did not.
Y'all just let him talk, let me talk. You know, if he could explain, because I know we established the system. Now, if he's saying that the system was just activated on their watch, that may be the case. I can't speak to that. But to say that, you know, it was established on your watch.
Okay, I'll get clarification.
Yeah.
Thank you, Senator Hanfield.
I was started on the BJ note.
Senator Young, can you please clarify your statement? Order. Senator Young, can you please clarify your statement with respect to the Marco alert, whether or not it was, when was it established and when it came into force?
He started. BJ started.
No. You just said who started it.
BJ knowledge. On the BJ
The
knowledge.
late BJ Nordich is who started the program. Now, you might have finished the program or get it, and you can't say you finished it.
Let me explain to you.
No,
No,
he's
what I'm
not
saying
finished
to you
yet.
is,
Just let him speak, please.
that we started under the Christie administration with the late Bernard Nordich. That's who started it. That was your point of order.
No.
That's what you said. Yes, that's exactly what you said.
No, it wasn't.
Your point of order, you said you started it. You say we might have finished it, but you said you started it.
If you yield, I'll tell you.
So we,
Carry on.
Okay.
Thank you for yielding it. Thank you very much. I accept that Minister Nottage initiated the program.
That was your point of order.
No. We were speaking about the establishment of the program on the ground, where you have the signs up, the billboards.
No, that was what you said.
We did all of this. That's the point I'm making. We did all of this. And your point was that it wasn't activated.
Senator Young,
That was your
Senator
point.
Young,
Yeah.
are you finished?
Yes.
Senator Hatfield, thank you. Senator Young, please continue.
Thank you, Madam President. Okay, so Madam President, once again, Madam President, Stevie Wonder, Madam President, Stevie Wonder we talking about here, can see that this Davis Cooper administration have hit the ground running over the past 9 months, and we will not stop now, Madam President. We will not stop now. This administration has formulated a blueprint for the way forward with a specific focus on food security that is crystal clear to meet BAMSI's goal. BAMSI is ahead of the curve, Madam President. Not only are we providing the academic arm for students at the institution, but theoretical and practical. Not only theoretical and practical, but we are now coupling that with the knowledge to repair equipment that is utilized on the campus. We have increased our course offerings at BAMSI campus with specialized certification courses in fly fishing and birding to cater to those in the communities who need the certification to receive their business licenses. Madam President, multiple infrastructure updates will be ongoing. BAMSI's groundwork is laid, and we will continue to push ahead toward other accomplishments. Increasing food security will not occur overnight, Madam President, but we are moving in the right direction with the Prime Minister Davis at the controls. I stand proud in support of this 2022-2023 national budget presented by the member for Cat Island, Rumkey, and San Salvador, the Honorable Philip Davis, Prime Minister and Minister of Finance. Thank you. Thank you, Bahamas.
Thank you for your contribution, Senator the Honorable Tyrell Young.
My humble apologies. My good colleagues from BAMSI has graced us with their presence here in the Senate today. I'd just like to acknowledge my good General Manager, Mr. Alice Brennan. We have the supervisor at our distribution center, Mrs. Ashley Williams. We have this one I call Wonder Woman because I don't know how she does what she does, but she is the greatest PA that I could ever find, Mrs. Beverly Smith. And then we have our good aquaponics and our BAMSI graduate. This is a product of BAMSI we're talking about right here, Mr. Javon Pinder. We don't just train you, we hire you. This is true forward thinking. This is forward thinking, Bahamas. I thank you guys very much for gracing us with your presence and thank you for being here today.
That's it, Terrell. That's it.
Before we proceed, the chair wishes to welcome and recognize members from BAMSI. The general manager, can you please stand? And I didn't hear your name because of the applause. Alice Brennan. Thank you so much for your contribution, sir. And the supervisor, Ashley Williams. Thank you so much for coming and thank you for your contribution. And Miss Beverly Smith, also known as Wonder Woman, the person, thank you so much. And the graduate, Javon Pinder. Thank you all for visiting the gallery today. We appreciate your contribution to the Bahamas. Thank you. As many, the chair recognizes Senator the Honorable Kirkland Russell.
Yes, sir. Yes, they are. Oh. No, I thought you was having a...
No. I'm fine, Senator Russell.
Yes.
Just let me recognize you again, just to be clear, Senator the Honorable Kirkland Russell from Freeport, Grand Bahama.
You know, Madam President, things are moving so well in Grand Bahama. We now need to be recognized twice. Madam President, I am always thankful to Almighty God, understanding that it is only by His grace and blessings that I am able to stand in this honored place and speak on behalf of the people of this great country. I am always reminded to thank our distinguished Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, the Honorable Philip Edward Davis, for this opportunity to serve as one of his New Day government honorable senators. Madam President, I know yesterday you gave us the opportunity to speak about and pay homage to our fathers. But with your leave, I would like to preface my budget communication by extending a very happy belated Father's Day to all of our fathers across the Bahamas. I make special mention of my son and son-in-law, Kirkland Jr. and Shamiko Dane, as well as all fathers employed with Urban Renewal Revolutionize. Special greetings are extended to my brothers, Fred Jr., Joseph, and Bernard. Madam President, even after his death of more than 20 years, I am extremely grateful for my father, the late Fred Russell Sr., a humble man he was, of excellent deportment and character, and he provided and protected his family with extinction. As I gleam back down memory lane, I can say without fear that it was a result of my father's selflessness and incredible sense of sacrifice that my siblings and I enjoyed the many benefits and opportunity that many around us were unable to experience. And so I thank God for the life and time I enjoyed with my father. Once again, happy belated Father's Day to all. I thank you, Madam President. Madam President, before I go further, I want to sincerely thank our colleague, Senator the Honorable Michael Halkitis, who, along with his technical team, are responsible for putting together one of the best budgets this country has ever seen. Madam President, today is indeed one of those special days that will go down in the chronicles of my life as historic. Today, I am indeed honored to stand and wholeheartedly support one of the most, if not the most, progressive, liberal budget in the history of an independent Bahamas. This 2022-2023 budget that has been dubbed the Way Forward budget sets out the Philip Edward Davis government's plans to recover, rebuild, and revolutionize the Bahamas for the advancement and empowerment of our country and all Bahamians. Madam President, this budget we're debating today is the Davis administration first, and it comes at a time when challenges are of gigantic proportion for far too many of our Bahamian people. Fortunately, though, Bahamians can be assured that this budget is not a conch salad budget. It is free. It is free from all forms of doom and gloom. It is free from excuses, and it blots away lazy practices that deny and delay compassionate relief for the poor and most vulnerable in our society. This Way Forward budget has no hidden agendas that seeks to further empower and pad the pockets of the wealthy while burden down ordinary Bahamians with high taxes. No. And as a matter of fact, this Way Forward budget has no new taxes. Rather, this budget has been masterfully crafted to uplift the downtrodden, inspire discouraged Bahamians, both young and not so young. This budget will jumpstart our economy, promote Bahamian entrepreneurship, and provide hope, job protection, and job security for workers and their agents, while creating a safer and healthier Bahamas for all. Madam President, who can argue with that? Madam President, this budget reflects the government 3 Ds to succeed: discipline, dedication, and determination to simultaneously address many of the immediate crises that are facing the average Bahamian family, while sparing no efforts to adequately outline the way forward to build a better future for all. There is no doubt that this budget focuses on the practical but most effective ways and means to soften the impact of the current global inflation. Madam President, there are several components throughout this budget that are geared toward stimulating business growth, job creation, and new opportunities, many of which will be manifested on the island of Grand Bahama. Madam President, I am pleased to report that in just a few short weeks, the state-of-the-art multi-ministry government complex that was seemingly put on hold for 4.5 years will be completed, and ready for its grand opening in the city of 8 Mile Rock. Still in the west, Grand Bahama is still in the west of Grand Bahama, and just a few miles down the street from the government complex is the beautiful in the beautiful community of Holmes Rock. Contractors are completing the parking lot and landscaping of the junior high school that will be completed and ready for the upcoming school year. You should also know that that school has been designed and built as a hurricane shelter. This is welcome news for the residents of West Grand Bahama, and particularly those in Boodle Bay and West End. Madam President, as the country begins the one-year countdown to the nation's 50th birthday, I am happy that I am able to talk about major projects totaling more than $1 billion, which should all be in full bloom by next July, causing a newfound sense of excitement and happiness for the people of Grand Bahama. Mr. Vice Chairman, Mr. Vice President, I want to talk about the Carnival Cruise Port. My colleague, Senator Turner, spoke a little bit about this yesterday. The groundbreaking event took place on Thursday, May 12, 2022. The cruise port will allow Grand Bahama to welcome guests from Carnival's largest ship, such as the 5,282 passenger Mardi Gras, which debuted in 2021 as the Carnival's largest and most innovative ship, and North America's first cruise ship powered by liquefied natural gas, LNG. Madam President, this port will propel Grand Bahama among the leading cruise shipping destinations in the region. Madam President, when we're talking about new major projects, we're talking about Grand Lacayan Hotel. On May 11, the government of the Bahamas and Electra America signed a memorandum of understanding and heads of agreement for the purchase of the Grand Lacayan Resort. This $100 million deal will finally bring to an end the saga of the Menace administration deal that cost the taxpayers millions, that where 90% of the employment was lost and brought anxiety and misery on the people of Grand Bahama. Then I must mention the new hospital plan for Grand Bahama. $150 million has been set aside for this project. And the Prime Minister stated just last Friday while in Grand Bahama that a feasibility testing of the ground that has been started and is on the way at the proposed site. And so this hospital will happen and happen within this budget. Then there's the new airport for Grand Bahama. Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Tourism, Investment and Aviation, Honorable I. Chester Cooper, announced in the House of Assembly last week that the government has narrowed its list of prospective partners to redevelop and build the Grand Bahama International Airport, GBIA, to 3. The Deputy Prime Minister went on to say that the request for proposals, the RFP, for the PPP, Public-Private Partnership, to design, manage, build, and finance the airport was officially closed on May 15. This government is moving. Then we must talk Grand Bahama, the expansion of the Grand Bahama shipyard. We must talk about O2 Resort and marina in Lakaya that is coming. We must talk about the new sale, the sale that have been done for the Port Lakaya Marina. So listen, man, we need to talk about the acquisition of the Kipling building to relocate the University of the Bahamas Northern Campus. We must talk about the opening and expansion of Western Atlantic University School of Medicine. We must talk about Doctors Hospital, 8 Mile Rock, and Flagship Hospital in the city of Freeport that is coming for Grand Bahama. Madam President, Mr. Vice President, Grand Bahama is on the move. Now, I want the people of this country to understand something. Listen, I just named 10 major projects. You talking about more than one project per month. We've only been in government 9 months, man. Mr. Vice President, in regard to the aforementioned compendium of new business and opportunities coming on stream for Grand Bahama, it is important that I emphasize the fact that this Davis administration is the first administration in recent time that has grabbed the bull called Grand Bahama by the horns, pushed aside hurdles and impediments, and has commit the full weight of the government, inclusive of every ministry, to fixing the sad state of affairs of Grand Bahama. And for this, the people of Grand Bahama say thank you. Yes, Mr. Vice President, the Davis administration did not waste time finding excuses or blaming the Grand Bahama Port Authority or any other company or agency for the shrinkage in the Grand Bahamas economy. Rather, the Philip Davis administration has hit the ground running to rescue Grand Bahama, and the proof is in those 10 major investments that will revitalize and eventually revolutionize Grand Bahama. Mr. Vice President, I don't want you to think that this is just a statement or two coming from me. So what I want to do, I want to read a statement that is in the Guardian on the 14th of June, just a few weeks ago, and is written by Chester Robards. Let me say that this is what it says. The headline is, Grand Bahama property value increased 25%. And it goes on to say, the price of vacant land on Grand Bahama has increased by 25% in the last 3 months. And real estimate firms are finding once overstocked real estate listing dwindling down to very little. Island Living real estate agent Alex Thompson said in a statement. Thompson explained that the start of large investments on the island has spurred the frenzy uptake of properties. She credits investments like Carnival Cruise Line Port, expansion of the Grand Bahama Shipyard, the announcement of new buyer for Grand Lacayan Resort, the sale of Port Lakaya Marina, the O2 Resort, and Western Atlantic University Medicine. Investor confidence is up in Grand Bahama, said Thompson. We are center stage, and now the people see for themselves what this second city has to offer. She went on to say, we've not had major investment like this in a very long time. We have always talked about potentials in Grand Bahama. Now the potential is real. Thompson said there is already excitement in the property market on the island. She added that there is now a never before seen rush to buy or sign long-time leases. Throughout the island, we see demand increasing and values rising in all areas, residential, in commercial, in beachfront, she said. Before the 2019 hurricane season, we had a surplus listing. Listen what she said now. Before, not after, before the 2019 hurricane, that's Dorian, we had a surplus listing. Now we are short in every stream. We are a hot commodity right now. Even older condos that sat for years are being sold. Madam President, Mr. Vice President. Number two, Mr. Vice President, I think I should table that document. Because I don't want no one to believe that this is not, put that together. Let the code be right, man. Madam President, number two of the 10-point plan to recover, rebuild, and revolutionize the country as outlined in the Blueprint for Change promises the Bahamian people compassionate social relief, as well as to restore the dignity of the most vulnerable in our society. And that is exactly what this Way Forward budget seeks to do. What I am most impressed with regarding this budget is the fact that the Davis-led government, firstly, listened to the cries of the people. Secondly, the government sat around the table, exercised great prudence and wisdom from on high, and agreed on the best possible solutions to address the problems opined by the people, thus presenting a budget for the people and by the people. Yes, Mr. Vice President, this is truly the people's budget. Mr. Vice President, outlined in the Blueprint for Change are the 4 pillars that guides this government's decision-making process. In no particular order of priority, the pillars are: 1, building a strong, sustainable economy for all Bahamians. Second is the environment. The Prime Minister has made it perfectly clear that protecting our environment is paramount, which includes sensitizing not only the Bahamian population, but the entire world about the negative impacts of climate change. And what an awesome job our Prime Minister is doing. The third pillar is good governance. Anyone who takes a close look at this budget and examine what the Davis administration has accomplished over the last 9 months can attest that the country has been given a fresh start. Some may say a new beginning or a clean slate, while others simply call this good governance with integrity and accountability a new day. Then there is the social policy, which is the 4th pillar. Madam President, the government have rolled out a compassionate social agenda that is designed to eradicate poverty and increase the happiness index of Bahamians. Let me say that again. Madam President, the government have rolled out a compassionate social agenda that is designed to eradicate poverty and increase the happiness index of Bahamians. Madam President, while these 4 pillars guide the government decision-making process, the voice of the people is still guaranteed to be heard by this government. Madam President, in these difficult times, I am happy to report that the Ministry of Housing held an open house housing expo in the city of Freeport and one in 8 Mile Rock, and both were huge success. 38 lots are ready for construction in West Heights subdivision located in West Grand Bahama, and the government is in the process of acquiring some 100 more lots in the Heritage and Pine Forest subdivision. Madam President, Abaco will also share in this happiness. Ground has been broken. Ground has been broken. And the lots are prepared and ready to go for some 40 homes in the Central Pines area of Abaco. Madam President, the Prime Minister has made it unequivocally clear that affordable housing for Bahamians under this administration will be recognized and treated as a basic right for all Bahamians. If you want to call that conch salad, go right ahead. Go right ahead. Madam President, I wish to now focus my attention on urban renewal. And I don't want to just talk about a marching band. Because I could tell you because I could tell you that for a marching band we got a little trouble in Grand Bahama, because what happened, Madam President, was during the passage of Dorian, the Pine Ridge Urban Renewal Center, where the police department heads the urban renewal band, and that's where they practice. Most of the instruments were destroyed. And I could tell you this, from September 2019 until our administration took over the urban renewal program, those equipment, those instruments were not touched. Those cases were still full of hurricane water. Wow. And so we lost all of those instruments. But I could say this. And so this ain't no joke, man. This is serious business. Let me begin by congratulating the Honorable Obadiah Wilchcombe, Minister of Social Service and Urban Development, and Honorable Lisa Ramming, Minister of State for Social Service and Urban Renewal, for the very strong, passionate, and compassionate contributions to the budget in the other house. There is no doubt that both social services ministers are the right persons for the job. While I am on this point, I wish to congratulate former Senior Deputy Commissioner of Police, Mr. Stephen Dane, for his appointment as chairman of the Urban Renewal Commission. Madam President, the Urban Renewal Leadership Team, of which I am a proud member, has branded the name Urban Renewal Revolutionize. The mandate states that through developmental and transformational strategies and programs, Urban Renewal Revolutionize will improve the quality of life of residents living in the communities. Madam President, to date, in the Northern Bahamas, there are 7 urban centers that are fully open, providing valuable assistance to residents. There are 1 in Bimini, 1 in Abaco, 5 in Grand Bahama, with a 6th to be open in West End in a few short weeks. There are discussions regarding the possible need for a 2nd center for Abaco. However, I will leave that for another day. Madam President, all of these centers have all been mandated to ensure that those who are in need have access to rapid, basic integrated services, along with improved conditions and surroundings, thereby ensuring better quality of life for all Bahamians living in urban areas and beyond. Madam President, the management team have visited Abaco twice and have conducted door-to-door visits in those areas that were heavily affected by Hurricane Dorian. We have heard the residents' concerns and conducted assessments. We have held community registration drives to accommodate those requesting small home repair assistance, those wishing to register as possible contractors, and for young people who may wish to be a part of the upcoming sporting and marching band programs. Madam President, understanding that the ground zero of Hurricane Dorian was Central Abaco, Marsh Harbor, Spring City, Murphytown, Dundastown, Bahama Coral Island, Leisure Lee, as well as the Keys. We have relocated the Urban Renewal Office on Don McKay Boulevard, Marsh Harbor. Residents can now easily access the center and get the assistance that they may need. And Madam President, sometimes the residents only want information. I am pleased to inform this Honorable Senate that Urban Renewal has also visited Grand Key, and the residents were excited to meet with our center manager and address their concerns. Madam President, Urban Renewal Bahamas had a senior team of our department visit Bimini just 2 weeks ago. And the center there is fully up and running, and the team were able to complete a full assessment on the ongoing works on the Bayfront Park baseball facilities. Madam President, this is the only baseball park on the island, and it was left unkept, and large trees had grown up all over the park. And it became unusable. Madam President, let us keep in mind that Bimini has always been a sports powerhouse, and this government, through programs like Urban Renewal, will make sports a priority for the people of Bimini once again. While in Bimini, the team was able to inspect some 31 homes from Allistown, Baileytown, and Porgy Bay areas. Many of these homes were severely damaged during the passage of the recent tropical storm. And Madam President, I am pleased to report that work has already begun to repair those homes. Madam President, on the island of Grand Bahama, Urban Renewal has also begun to revolutionize communities. We held a Mother's Day luncheon for 500 mothers at the Grand Lacayan Convention Center. It was an event fit for queens. Madam President, just on Saturday past, June 18th, we held a breakfast and learn event for fathers. And yes, we catered to more than 400 fathers at the Grand Lacayan Convention Center. I must thank our guest speakers, including Pastor Elvis Burrows, Dr. Leviticus Roll, ACP, Theophilus Cunningham, and our very own Senator the Honorable James Turner. It was an event fit for kings. Madam President, Urban Renewal Center workers, along with the police department, community policing team, have been hitting the ground and hitting the beat, knocking on doors, reaching out to all residents, hearing their concerns and finding solutions to their problem. Urban Renewal and the police department, led by ACP Cunningham, conducted a half-day walkabout, along with several heads of government departments in the 8 Mile Rock community to assess and to hear issues and the needs of the residents collectively. This was done with the aim to finding rapid solution as well and for those residents. This will be repeated across the length and breadth of Grand Bahama. And so what we have basically done was to bring all the various government departments together along with urban renewal so that whether you are in social services, housing, whatever department, you can go collaboration. When we walk, we look, we hear concerns, we see issues, we see problems, then we get back to the table and we find rapid solution so that we can bring true happiness. No, we want to increase, man, the happiness index of our people. This is urban renewal. So when you talk about urban renewal, I want you to just talk about one band traveling and show one picture. Talk about affecting the lives. Talk about affecting the lives of Bahamians, improving the lives, transforming the life of Bahamian in these urban communities. Real issues. Madam President, the centers have conducted several activities for residents, including self-defense training for seniors, men's health seminars, social events for our seniors, and teaching them about the benefits of a good massage. Yeah. Madam President, all of the urban centers are holding after-school study halls for children and providing them full access to the computer labs at each center. Madam President, the Minister of State for Urban, Minister Lisa Raming, has been pushing hard to get the urban marching bands and sporting programs up and running. And I just, if I can, I just want to show off a flyer where the minister community basketball program schedule is. But you get it, that's fine. I will post it. I will share it. Right. So they have been working really, really hard over the last month. And our police band leaders there in Grand Bahama have been visiting schools, all the schools, registering students to join the band. I'm pleased to report that music theory classes have begun, and in short order, the children will be playing and entertaining once again on the island of Grand Bahama. The same will take place in Abaco and Bimini. Madam President, throughout the northern Bahamas, teams are busy organizing summer camps to ensure that all our children can have the opportunity to be engaged in safe, healthy activities. I want to make special mention about the Charlie Rubens basketball ball camp. Madam President, this year, Softly will be conducting his 45th annual camp. And had it not been for the lockdown caused by the pandemic, it would have been camp number 47 in Grand Bahama. This year, Mr. Robbins will be hosting his camp at the Pine Ridge Urban Renewal Center, and then in his usual fashion, he will take the camp to his place of birth, Bimini. There you go. Madam President, I truly want to say thank you to Mr. Charlie Softly Rubens, and I know wish him well and say that it is people like Charlie Softly Rubens who make this country great. Madam President, most of our past and present pro and college ballers would have attended this basketball camp, and he has been truly making a positive impact in the lives of both young men and young women across this country. And I just want to salute Mr. Charlie Softly Roberts. Madam President, Urban Renewal will be partnering with the police in Abaco to pull off camps for the children in Abaco. We are partnering with Mr. Josh Wilkerson baseball camp and the PGR Life Camp, Pastor Gilbert Road, both in Bimini. Madam President, the Grand Bahama Urban Renewal will also be holding various theme camps such as the Kamalami Boat Building and Sailing Camp, Home Economics and Cultural Camp, Music, Dance, and Drama Camps, Introduction to the Boys and Girls Brigade Camp, and Sports Camp. We are also planning the Northern Bahamas Community Basketball Tournament, which is in line with the Nassau Community Basketball Tournament. Madam President, these camps and tournaments are in addition to the many camps that are scheduled to take place over the summer that are being sponsored by the Ministry of Youth, Sports, and Culture. There is also, in addition to the summer camps, the summer job program that the government is bringing back on stream. Hundreds of young people will be afforded summer employment and opportunities at various government departments, as well as in the private sector. Jobs for everybody. Madam President, this budget is about uplifting our youths, taking care of our seniors, and all those in our urban communities, including those living with disability. You know, I just want to mention, whilst on my feet, Madam President, that in Bimini, Urban Renewal has engaged, has hired Mr. Deontay Pritchett. You may know him. He's a young man who is disabled. And also in West End, we have engaged Mr. Carnes Williams. The point we are making here is this. It is, you know, we sign on to these conventions and we ought to act on them. You know, when you look at the Persons Living with Disability Act, one of the key points there is that all employers with more than, for every 100 employee, 1% or one should be a person living with disability. And so what Minister Wilcombe has made it his point that we have started with these two, but by the end of this term, every urban renewal center will employ at least one person with disability over the length and breadth of this country. And so, if you want to call looking out for persons living with disability, conch salad, then go right ahead. And nobody can stop you.
Conch salad sweet, eh? Yes, sir.
Keep going, man. Conch salad sweet. Madam President, Madam President, to wrap up my talks on urban renewal revolutionized, let me say that there's no doubt in my mind that when the Prime Minister spoke about housing being a basic right for Bahamians, he was also including the right to compassionate relief for all Bahamians whose homes were destroyed or damaged during disasters and had no means of repairing their homes. Madam President, we have completed our assessments in Grand Bahama. Houses have been inspected. All the necessary legal processes are in place. Money has been allocated. And so, you know, you talk about $500,000 additional funds. Well, what about the $2.6 million for small home repair? You know, you got to talk the whole story so the Bahamian people can understand the impact of this budget. Yes. Contractors will be on the roofs in a matter of days, and the inspection team will be on the ground in Abaco inspecting houses with contractors there to get Abaco up and going as far as the small home repair project is concerned. And so we are on the move. Let me also take this opportunity to thank the local government chief councilor, Mr. Jimmy Smith, community leader, Mr. Todd Martin, and Mr. Elvis Newton for their invaluable service during the passage of the tropical storm the other day. Those gentlemen were out during the storm and after the storm, along with urban renewal teams, local government teams, community oriented gentlemen. They would have done about 200, put tops on at least 200 roofs and stuff for elderly, disabled persons whose house would have been compromised as a result of that storm. So I just want to publicly thank those gentlemen for the work that they continue to do. Madam President, I want to focus a little attention on labor. On June 3rd, workers and their unions were elated to once again have the opportunity to march and to celebrate the Surrender Fox Labor Day in the way it ought to be celebrated. Many will remember that last year, unions were denied the opportunity to even have a motorcade driving in their own cars. Just to celebrate Labor Day. It was painful. It was painful for the workers and unions of this country. Madam President, let me say this. Let me say this, Madam President. The outstanding issues that exist between employers, employees, and the unions who represent workers are many. Fortunately, we have a prime minister who has consistently been demonstrating his respect and commitment to the workers of the Bahamas and the unions of this country. Madam President, this budget has taken into consideration workers and their bargaining agents. Madam President, for years, labor leaders have been crying on what appear to be deaf ears regarding the casual work situation here in the Bahamas, especially within the industrial sector of Grand Lacaille. This baseless phenomenon put workers in a poor state where these workers can't get basic loans, can't get student visas for their children, no insurance, no basic benefits like vacation, sick pay, pension, and the list goes on and on. Madam President, while on the campaign trail, union leaders made the clarion call to the Prime Minister, to the then leader of the opposition, now Prime Minister. Madam President, I am happy. Yes, sir. I am happy to report that Prime Minister, the Honorable Edward Brave Davis, have met with the managers at the Freeport Container Port, and they have agreed to make at least 75% of their casual workforce permanent in Grand Bahama. This represents hundreds of young men, of employees, mostly young men, who will be made whole, who can now own a piece of this rock and take proper care of their family. This is job protection. And yes, this is in line with the Prime Minister signing on to the second generation Decent Work Country program on the 6th of December, 2021. Madam President, the Bahamas became the first country. Listen, man, listen. Madam President, the Bahamas became the first country in the region to sign on to this most important ILO program. And in this budget, you will find funding for the Tripartite Council to do the work that is necessary to drive this program nationwide. That is how serious this Davis administration is about labor. Madam President, things were already expensive before the war in Ukraine and the ongoing supply chain disruptions around the world, causing prices to exponentially rise and the cost of living to become a crisis to hit us here at home. But this budget will address these crises, but let me say, not completely or to the position that we want it to be, but the efforts are being viewed as a sincere start in the right direction. Here are some of the steps that are being taken to offset some of the struggles that workers are faced with as a result of this inflation. Pay increase for public servants, increase in social service assistance, import duties reduction, increasing food security to reduce our reliance on imports, increases for teachers and nurses, as well as a special pay for retention. You know, we're losing nurses, but we were losing nurses, in droves. And so the government have seen fit to put some a bonus package there for nurses so that we can retain our nurses. And the government is already meeting with stakeholders to discuss and agree on the way forward to introduce a cost of living wage for all Bahamian workers. All working Bahamians deserve to earn a livable wage. This administration will lead by example with general salary increases and increment increases for the public sector. Let me also say this. The Minister of State for the Public Service, Minister Donald Pierre Glover Rule, has been meeting with the union to discuss a contributory pension, which would allow the government to move all of its, at least those who have been employed 6 years or more for now, to move all of its public servants who are not permanent and pensionable onto the permanent and pensionable status. And so the government, man, listen, we should rap for that. So you see the government is leading the charge. The government is moving the minimum wage from $2.10 to $2.50, beginning as early as July. This is part of the larger plan to phase in a livable wage across the board for all workers. Madam President, I am happy to report to this Senate, to this Honorable Senate, that the Honorable Prime Minister, as busy as he is, working on behalf of the people of this great nation, has found the time to meet with the leaders of the trade union 3 times already in less than 9 months. 3 times the Prime Minister has met with labor leaders to listen to the concerns and report the administration positions on various outstanding labor matters. Madam President, this is the way you keep peace in the land. This is the way you negotiate, by coming to the table and at least talking. Madam President, those opposite may want to make it appear that the $250 is where the buck will stop. No, not so. Not so at all. Ministers of the public service, the Honorable Fred Mitchell, and his very able Minister of State, Ms. Pierre Glover Rule, with the Ministers of Labor, the Honorable Keith Bell, and the other ministers with specific responsibilities for various ministries, will begin serious negotiations with the unions to complete all outstanding industrial agreement. This is when responsible, better terms and conditions will be agreed and completed. And so give the government a little time to complete these agreements, and you will see the details. You like to say the devils that are in the detail, you will see it. And then the workers of this country, the happiness index of the workers of this country will rise. We know that it will not be an easy cakewalk, but what do you know that is worth keeping or achieving comes easy? The fact is, this government is into fix it. That is what the government is into. And fix it for all workers and their agents. Madam President, the mission of this administration through this way forward budget is to drive poverty reduction with compassion and a robust safety net for the most vulnerable among us, including vulnerable workers. The plan also provides direct report to the poor with the reintroduction of the RISE program. You will call the RISE program Consolidated too well, go right ahead. This conditional cash transfer program will provide assistance for family to ensure that they make ends meet and that they can maintain their dignity. We want to talk a little bit about the NGOs. Madam President, had it not been for the generosity and humanitarian efforts of many international as well as local NGOs that came to the rescue of the people of Grand Bahama and Abaco following the deadly passage of Hurricane Dorian. I would hate to even imagine where we would have been without those NGOs. This Davis administration is demonstrating through this budget that the government fully understands and appreciates the roles that NGOs play in providing safety nets for Bahamians in time of disaster. This budget seeks to provide greater resources for local NGOs. Madam President, please permit me to give special recognition to Mr. Dudley Sayed and the Reach Out Ministries, the Rotary International, Ms. Murphy and her Home Away from Home for our senior care program for their dedication and commitment to serving the less fortunate of Grand Bahama. There are many others who are participating and doing it, but Madam President, I just choose to name a few. In closing, Madam President, I wish to make special mention of a few additional programs that will positively impact workers, like the increased enforcement of the price control, improve access to health care through the catastrophic care fund, which has been budgeted at $10 million, duty exemption on construction, renovation, and furniture for short-term rentals and family violence that will, once they have been registered as hotel, education, training. The government has committed to investing in training, understanding that training is an investment in the future of our people and our economy. As the job market continues to prove challenging for employers and workers alike, this administration is committed to fostering real job opportunities through upskilling the workforce. There will be, of course, partnership between the Bahamas Maritime Authority and the LGM Maritime Academy. We understand the importance of maritime on an island like Grand Bahama, which is the maritime capital of the Caribbean. And listen to this now. Some may not want you to believe it, but does this government support for small businesses? This government recognizes that small business are important contributors to job creation and economic development and are often lifelines to their communities. By supporting small businesses, we effectively support the empowerment of the majority of our citizens. $50 million has been placed in this budget for small businesses, the small business development through the Bahamas Development Bank, Bahamas Agricultural and Industrial Corporation, Venture Capital Fund, and the Small Business Development Center. The government, 50 million, man. Yes. The government has increased allocation to the Urban Renewal Program. This will make all of these programs that I spoke about happen. Talk about benefits, and we will also engage in feeding school, ensure we have breakfast programs for our school children through the Urban Renewal Program. Every morning, the children will be able to stop in at one of the urban centers and get a nice hot breakfast. $1 million in dedicated funding for the urban restoration in Grand Bahama. Listen, there's a program in Grand Bahama, Madam President, that is called Beautiful Grand Bahama. Listen to me, man. If you drive from West End to East End, if you have been there last year, you wouldn't know the place. The place has been totally transformed. We have engaged about 300 plus young men and women to work on this project. Not only is the place beautiful, they've cleaned the place. The verges are going back some 20 feet. Planting new trees, palm trees, coconut trees, banana trees. The place is just lovely. But the spin-off from it is this. ACP Cunningham will tell you that crime is at an all-time low in Grand Bahama. And so if you want to call those projects conch salad, boy, we can eat it. Yes. Madam President, I am delighted and very pleased to support this compassionate way forward budget. May God continue to bless this government, and may God continue to bless the Commonwealth of the Bahamas.
If the senators would be quiet, I can thank Senator the Honorable Kirkland Russell for his contribution. Thank you, Senator Russell, for your contribution. Notice I said it twice.
Yes. Say it twice. Grand Bahamas on the move.
Is there something you're tabling, Senator Russell?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Sign and date, please. As many? The chair recognizes Senator the Honorable Reuben Ramming.
Thank you very much, Madam President. And my brother Russell, we support in heart, soul, and spirit anything that impacts our people positively. Being in the upper house should also be a place where the partisanism is slightly tempered, because we are supposed to be a group of elder statesmen. And at some point in time and place, we must always remember that what's good for the Bahamas is good for all of us. We also must remember that we run a relay. Government is continuous. Regardless of the circumstance, you would inherit good, bad, or indifferent. Government is also, Madam President, a juggernaut. And like a large cruise ship, it doesn't turn on the dime like a speedboat. So continuation and improvements and adjustments and alterations and maximizing work done adds to the swiftness of productivity for the people that we all serve. When you look at matters such as promotions and everything else, I think promotions came out probably within about 30 or 90 days of the new administration. And you look at it historically, those things take a long time. It's because certain things were already in train. I feel good for Grand Bahama because the work in Grand Bahama and what you're starting to see blossom now has been generational. I don't think, notwithstanding the best effort of any administration, going back as far as even Finling, that anybody wished for any island in this country to not have the benefit of this Commonwealth. And notwithstanding the differences as to the nuances you would see expressed in the current manifestation, fingerprints on the baton that would have gone back probably as far as 15 plus years. And it meant that all administrations, especially when it comes to Grand Bahama, despite the adversities and the exogenous shocks and the surprises from Andrew and Dorian, still kept at it even when it looked gloomy. Perry Christie threw a blow that Minnis brought to term and Davis delivered. That is actually the spark of most of this renaissance we see in Grand Bahama. Give credit where credit is due. I speak truth. And when you criticize truth, it shows you despise truth. And we're happy. We're happy for the projects. We're happy that the geographical location and the value of our land and site, especially in Grand Bahama, is being recognized again. But we live in a world that is ever turning. So even in our celebrations, we must keep our feet on the gas. We must keep our effort going. We must push for success, but we must also plan for failure or exogenous shocks. Because right now, with all the touting of climate change and global warming, but for the grace of God, we don't need another of what we had 2 years ago. Because no matter how good you may be or how new the day may be or whatever other term, we don't need. So in all of graces, I want us to always pause, if only in our hearts. Give God something. Because had God not been on our side, honestly, one of the greatest blessings I recall with Grand Bahama, and I remember the time when we were debating, when the mud was still running in the streets of Grand Bahama, and the sharks had not receded back in the canals. For those who know of which I speak, you know what I'm talking about. Sharks swimming in people's houses because of the water level. One, the candles are still out in the wind that also remind us of the value of who we are as a people and a nation. That's why I never sell ourselves short as a country. I don't care. Never sell ourselves short. Was when the same investor that is partnering with us as a nation to develop Grand Bahama stood up and reaffirmed his commitment while Grand Bahama was a wreck after Dorian. Do anybody remember that? When Conville said, we are still committed to investing in Grand Bahama. And I give God thanks. I really give God thanks. I've always said that even if we get Grand Bahama right, by virtue of the family effect of our archipelagical nation, if nothing happens to New Providence, but if Grand Bahama get right, the load shift and Nassau lift. Because Nassau and many of the islands carry the load of Grand Bahama in its pain. I think Grand Bahamians, for the most part, don't want to be in Nassau. But it shifts. But when Grand Bahama and Abaco began to take up their natural burden that they would have taken as our number 2 and 3 engines in our country, then you see the load lifted heavily on everyone. I think many in our country don't really understand the nature of our Commonwealth. Sometimes we even criticize the high cost of electricity, and yes, rightfully so. But Madam President, we fail to realize that this same Nassau that sometimes people accuse governments of being Nassau-centric, because they bear the burden of that electricity cost, is which subsidizes the electricity cost in all the other families of Alliance. So each of us, when we pay our bills, make it possible for a string of poles and wires to be run to a settlement that only has a couple of people whose net contribution to their bill is not worth the logical investment. But because of the nature of our governmental policies, we seek to go above and beyond, and many times burdening the larger populations to ensure that the others have what they need. And that I just want us all to remember, because I don't want it to be that the writing appears on the wall when we get so caught up in our celebration that we forget just to remember openly that God has been good to us, whether in victory or in defeat. And a good thing we must remember, especially over the last pendulum years, that where we sit now could very well be where one sat. You could be seated in the next 5 years. That's the nature of it. And the beginning of the race does not always determine it, because I remember our Golden Boys, and I remember when they ran that brother down. Oh, Lord, he didn't expect that. And he saw that at the end of the day, that we might have started off a little off, but the anchor leg is strong. And sometimes we start off good and drop the baton a bit later on. So let's all focus on grace. The thing about a budget, especially one that is large as this $3.3 billion, is that so much can get lost in the money. Quite frankly, with so much money on the table, it would be virtually impossible not to hit good things, even if, and I'm not implying that the government is, and I'm just a statement, even if you don't want to do good things, with so much in the air, it will do good. And again, I clearly said I'm not implying the government good things. I'm just saying when you have enough in the air, like the rain, it will rain on the just and the unjust. But the biggest and most important issue with a budget is fiscal responsibility. Budgeting is like planning a war, and I remember Colin Powell during Desert Storm, and they were impressed at how, by the time they declared war, that Colin Powell actually had a plan. But you know what he said? He said, a good plan goes out the window when the first shot is fired. But it's the job of a general to have a plan. But the best plan goes out of the, you have a budget now, and God forbid with all my soul, and in July, what we experienced, I don't even want to mention it, a couple of years ago happens, budget out the window. Then you must do what you must. You must fix it up, wear it out, make it do it out. What if? What happened with the whole world happens, then you shift. Then you see maturity in government, because now as a parent, you're not buying Nike no more, you're not buying this no more, you are doing what is necessary to keep your children focused, and sometimes the children don't even appreciate it. I don't normally get distracted by the president, but Senator Terrell, no, this is very important because he said it, and it's focused on the volume of Senator Young, yes, thank you. It's focused on this furniture issue that was raised by the Minister of Immigration, Keith Bell. If you want to speak for me, you could take my spot. Thank you. No. Sometimes you need to. And I, just like a lot of persons, listen to it, And I don't even like the song of it. Because certainly something I wouldn't do. And I would have a strong negative comment on it, say if I had not taken the energies to really look into the matter. But I looked around the room and I wonder why one of the most prolific and outspoken politicians that we have of our times, and the president of our Foreign Affairs Minister, Fred Mitchell, sat silent while that information was being passed around. And I don't recall any direct statement on the overall matter from him. I don't recall. No, I don't recall, period. I don't recall. I didn't say in the House. All right, I don't recall, because you know Senator Mitchell has a long reach. He will comment on anything he chooses to comment on, to the voice note or anything to route. And it caused me to wonder. Something may be a surprise to the public, but is it unusual in the system? Because I think it is true to say of all time, he must be the most senior foreign affairs personnel in terms of minister and government of all time in the history of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. You understand? and Senator here is he may be talking on his level, so that's good, I accept it. But I'm sitting here waiting to hear from the big gun who don't have no issue commenting on anything, wherever he is in the world or when he get back, if something is related to that. But if we are concerned with things related to foreign affairs, and in the context of cost overruns, I sit back and I reflect on how one of our smaller councilors is the Atlanta. We normally had one councilor general there. I think now, how much we have? Vice. How many vice councils we have now? We have about 4. Wow. And when you calculate the cost of these 4 that is needed in a place that was never needed before.
The chair recognizes Senator the Honorable Randy Rowe.
Yeah, no, just a point of clarification. It's not for the numbers, not for.
Senator Rowe.
Yeah.
It cannot be a point of clarification.
Okay. Well, it's misleading the public. It's not for. The numbers are actually incorrect. Okay. That's.
What is the number?
I'll get that number for you, and no problem.
Thank you.
Until.
Yeah, let me speak. I don't need any help. Okay. Senator Rowe, until you can provide me with an accurate number.
I know it's not for though, Madam
Yes,
President.
thank you.
Yeah.
Until you can provide me with an accurate number,
I will do that
refute,
in 2 minutes. Okay.
to refute what Senator Ramming is saying, I cannot ask him to withdraw, and he's not misleading at this point.
Okay, Madam President, I can give you that number.
And Madam President.
Thank you, Senator Randy.
Madam President, I do respect Senator Roll and his experience in the consulate as well. And even in the tone and spirit in which I speak, I spoke with the intent of being corrected if I was wrong, but just be corrected factually, because to the best of my understanding, and for those who would have the experience in that, the number is grave. And should he produce to the contrary, I will in advance give the authority to rescind. But the point is, our foreign mission has peculiarity.
Okay, sorry. My apologies. So the question is, he's saying that there were 4 vice consuls, or what are you saying? Just so I.
He said that there were 4 vice consuls in the office in Atlanta, Georgia.
4 vice consuls
in the office of Atlanta, Georgia.
And what is out of the ordinary? But mind you,
you cannot ask the question. You cannot ask the question.
Okay, no problem. Fair enough.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you.
Senator Rami, can we please proceed?
Yeah, thank you.
Can we move on? Thank you.
Madam, I've been through. I learned from experience rather quickly, and I have an idea what to expect when I come here, and I accept it as sincere his effort. But our foreign service, actually, quite frankly, for me, I would love to see a real good auditing about foreign service and a review on the whole. I'm not making accusations, so we can have a better understanding of what has been going on and what has been going on throughout the age. But the thing with budget is fiscal responsibility is very, very critical in any budget exercise, especially when the amounts is growing every year as budgets naturally do. I remember the first time that the Bahamas had its first $1 billion budget. I don't remember the date, but you know how I do remember it? It was the day that the U.S. had an aircraft carrier parked right outside because it couldn't come on the inside. And I looked and I said, wow, the U.S. got a boat, one boat, that matches more than what our budget was in that year. And I don't know anybody who would remember, it was so huge, it looked like a hotel floating out there. These little cruise ships is a joke to that thing. Yeah. And so these things are critical. You would have heard me said in this house, and this place, and even in house, my concern with governments, because I know quite frankly the budget will pass. Waste my time with that. It will pass. And it must pass for the functioning of this country, and it must pass in time to meet the legal requirements and the statutory timing. But the biggest issue with me and monies and government has always been wastage and abuse. Has always been wasted and abused, period. And I would have said it before, and it galls me how so often a 10-cent project ends up costing $10,000. And it's like there's no accountability. And in a sense, I can't even blame the civil servants. And let me give an example for it works, because in my experience with dealing with the persons that works, especially through Pinewood and having to spend so much time in there, we have some very qualified people. When I heard Alfred says, mentioned in the House, if I'm correct, a $38 million road project to develop Glaston Road, and which is needed. Needed. And I'm pretty sure that didn't just happen in 8 years. It was planning. It's going to happen now. Did you know fear come into my heart? Because I say, very glad you do it. I'm not accusing the minister, I'm just saying because experiential fear. That a $38 million project, and in my heart I say, you know what? 60 million. Because it has happened. And I'm not talking about natural exogenous shock like with the road works when the price of oil went up from $60 a barrel to $120 a barrel. I'm not too concerned because we know there are certain things that are involved, but there's many instances that have to do with reckless abandon as it relates to the money. And then sometimes when we sit down, and as Senator Maxine rightly pointed out, and I feel hard as it relates to the shelter and 500,000, I'm sure everybody feels the same way. We should do as much as we possibly can. The thing about it is hard to dictate as much as somebody possibly can until you know the pocket. To do more for the victims of abuse, and we've seen persons die recently, and you've extolled them in this house as well, who are victim of abuse. And we need more places, especially around our country, where they could somewhat disappear and start a new life or other different type things. And we can't find money for things, but when we look at the overruns, and when we look at it, and I can see in my mind hundreds of millions of dollars that have been blown. So it grieves me in my heart when I see even this administration not holding the tiller firm with the Fiscal Responsibility Act. That's critical to this. Because why? Yes, you want to remain in power and win again, but you're going to be held account for this money. Payday is always exciting. and it's a starting payday is on Friday because they spend that on the weekend. Then Monday come and you don't pay that rent, that light bill. You don't pay the other stuff you need to pay. And then there's going to be hell to pay. So we have a problem with the fiscal responsibility. Then we've seen an ignorance and a disregard for laws that have been in place that I will term some of our newest and refreshing anti-corruption, anti-abuse, misappropriation laws to create greater transparency as in our country. When it comes down to, what's the name of that act again? The Public Procurement Act. I've heard our AG, even in here on the street and otherwise, saying, correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm paraphrasing, we're not going to deal with that, we're going to amend that. Or you're going to amend it. You're going to amend it. But until it's amended, you got to follow it. We're dealing with a budget here now that's going to, everything all of you said, even the great stuff in Grand Bahama. I was motivated by your speech, Senator Russell. I was motivated. All of those things are going to depend on accurate deployment of funds where they're supposed to be. And the purpose of that is to ensure that the abuses that we have historically experienced within our country, that is minimized. And the government has a duty, and even our AG, who is the lawyer of the government, the chief legal spokesman of the government, has the duty to drive, and I know there's collective responsibility to ensure that this Procurement Act is followed. And until such time is amended, it needs to be followed. Because we have seen abuses over and over and over again. And the same money that goes down the toilet or slips through the cracks or end up in pockets where it's not supposed to go still stays on our books collecting interest and is compounded against our debt on our head, and we don't get no value for money. You know, let me read for you something, Madam President. And just for your reference, this is a document that has already been tabled in the House.
Wait, what's this one? Senator Russ, Senator, you going to table this?
It has already
been tabled.
I'm showing it to you.
Which document is that, please?
I'm about to read. I'm just explaining
Okay.
to you here. This has already
It's been tabled in the
into
Senate?
House, and to the record.
Into
in
the
the record in
Senate?
the House. Also in the Senate? No, then I'll retable it again in the Senate. And
Wait, just slow down one, please. I just
I'm
want to
going to name it and
understand.
everything for you.
Okay,
as
but
requested.
you're saying it has not been tabled in the Senate
I
as
just
yet?
confirmed that if it wasn't, but I know it was tabled in the House and I got it.
So
the
you're going to
clerk
table
said
here?
most I will also
Okay,
therefore.
but
Thank you, and I'll explain the whole thing, but I want to paraphrase something in this because for me it's a sensitive document, and for me at this point, I'm not interested in personality. So I'm going to deliberately redact, even though it's a public document, and it's been due. It's not my interest to cloud it with. That's me personally. I'm totally prepared to, but I don't want to go there.
and you're adopting,
I'm adopting it. I'm about to say all
Excellent.
that, but
Thank
I
you.
want to use it to show us why it's so important that the government get on a good foot in following this Procurement Act, whether it's rough, tough, or otherwise, because it has a purpose. It has a purpose towards accountability as best we can. You know, crooks will always find a way. And like water, it will always find its mark, and there will always be some degree, but we have a duty to minimize the amount of leakage and waste and abuse in our systems. And laws like the Procurement Act is designed for that. And when you don't accept that, it reflects bad on you, especially something that the current administration, when they're in opposition, actually supported. But until such time, it needs to be amended. I'm going to read portions out of it. And I'm going to do, and this is a document that was tabled on the 19th of the 10th of October, 2018. It's a report on findings of examinations, the audited report. Forgive me, I will not mention the company name. I don't want to mention the company name. I said certain things. There's the audited general report.
Is it the Auditor General report on
Yeah.
on?
On the Exana company lease. to
But
more than
if the document's already been tabled in the House of Assembly, then what's wrong with mentioning?
I personally don't want to have to get into names directly, just me.
So this is what is the name of the? I'm still trying to determine the name of the document or what the document is all about.
The report for the findings of the examination of Exana company. A Gurn report. I want to go over certain contents in this audited report because it will be beyond reproof and beyond and beyond
2018.
Yeah.
August 2018.
Yeah.
XUA.
So
Oh.
you Sir Senator, you are so misleading. You need to focus. Thank you very much.
Senator Ruben
point-
Ramming, just stay focused on
The point, Madam
stay focused
President.
on
The
me,
point,
please.
Madam President. What I want to sound out of this and excerpts out of this document that it shows very, and I don't want to call the person's name because the persons are also now re-engaged and other different things. I go as far as I need to go, and thank you for allowing me that I'll do it. I'll do my best not to do it. But this was in relation to a procurement through the Ministry of Finance. It did happen under the previous administration, but we know these things happen. And this is why we need to ensure that we follow the act as is. And if you want to amend it later and follow it then still. And there was an issue here that arose with this particular company. And this is the report findings. Find the first page. The government was in need of, and I'm going to paraphrase some of it as well. The government was in need of purchasing computers for the Customs Department. The government needed somewhat 3,000 odd computers for the Customs Department. A senior government official went to the high-ranking public servant, introduced him to the owner of this company. Well, the company hadn't been formed. Introduced him to this person and said to them about the person that listen here. This is someone who could be useful to the Ministry of Finance. And also he mentioned that the person may be able to also lend monies to the Ministry of Finance. Should the need arises, let me do the quote. The senior elected official introduced at the meeting as a business person who could provide financing to the Ministry of Finance should the need arise. Said that it was not common for it's not uncommon for a local businessman to approach government officials with offers of finance to finance and purchase goods and services. Even though the vendor had no, the vendor had no experience in computer, none at all, in the assigned procurement, had absolutely no experience at all, the person was still contracted to source the computers. When that happened, the report stated that as an end result of that, the person got a deal that was offered that cost him to have a 30% profit, that cost him to make some $400,000 from a situation that went on here with this government enterprise. Let me see if I can slow down and read some of this portion for you. The reporter said he had no experience as a computer vendor, and he later contacted the source computer equipment, contracted the source computer equipment for the new system being implemented by the Bahamas Customs Department. The computer purchase in question was not subject to competitive bidding or was not put before the Government Tenders Board, which pursuant to the Financial Regulations Act of 1975 was required for contracts ranging in value from $50,000 to $25,000. So we saw a breach in that regard. It is believed that the computer equipment was delayed well beyond the deadline of the said agreement, and the specification of the equipment was modified prior to the delivery. Yeah. So the person didn't meet the specification, delayed the delivery on their equipment, and they said FTI, which is the auditing company, found that this is the international company, Intertech, had been sued. This person was supposed to bring Dell computers in, went to a supplier that was not legally authorized to bring in Dell, brought in the wrong computers with the wrong specification, past the delivery time and everything else. And further on, when the auditor researched, they found out that the company that they sourced the material from was actually sued by Dell, and they had to settle and agree not to even sell Dell products again in the future. It also says, even after the modification of the original specification, Ministry of Finance personnel find that equipment delivered by the company had technical difficulties, and even found out later after the fact that instead of the 8 gigs of RAM that they needed for the equipment for the new implementation of the new software, that the system that they're going to put in custom, that it only had 4 gigs. The computers were even in boxes that weren't labeled. You had to actually go, and there were about 3,000 computers, and power up every single one of them and read the system profiles in order to determine what's going on. Also, as it relates to this, we saw implication of the cheating of customs, because they said the report, it was reported to Customs Department that during the import process, was significantly lower than what was delivered to the Ministry of Finance. So in this, they showed that there was a strong suspicion that the person actually doctored even the custom invoices, and we lost whatever revenues from duty. It said the gross profit margin of approximately $455,000 merely for acting as the intermediary for the computer purchase that was ultimately fulfilled by the company in the States who weren't even supposed to be selling Dell products. It said, in addition, because of their agreement, because the agreement was structured as a lease, and this was so crazy. The agreement was structured as a lease. It stood to collect $51,000 in interest from the Ministry of Finance during that 1-year term. So in other words, they purchased a computer for the man. It was still leased for him, and they couldn't own it until they finished paying it. So above and beyond the profit margin of $455,000, he got an extra $51,000, and so that's well over $500,000 or $500,000 that was actually produced. And here's some of the things that came up that was rather interesting. FDI, which is the auditing company, examination raised several concerns about the controlled environment about Ministry of Finance with respect to procurement, because the person executed the agreement with the company, according to him, ultimately prompted by the meeting with a senior elected official. It was unclear what measure would have or could have prevented such a such a non-competitive situation. I want to read something that shows in our world and is interesting, what I call the quid pro quo. In the section that is read, the origins of the contract. It says, during the interview and without prompting by FDI, this senior official referenced the computer purchase as an example of problematic procurement and said candidly that this company in particular was selected as a vendor because of a suggestion made by a former senior elected official, the person is former then, and could provide financing, and that the former investor could provide financing for the Ministry of Finance should the need arise. That is a clear example of a type of quid pro quo going on right in the Ministry of Finance. And even though this clearly happened under the PLP administration, I don't think nobody can stand up and say this is just exclusive to any one particular administration. You may say more or you may say less. But these are some of the examples of things that when we look at it, we need to ensure, and this is why the procurement legislation is so critical, that this administration follow what has been put in place to ensure that there aren't abuses in contracts that we would have seen over and over again in our administration, that through budgets over and over again. The senator from BAMSI raised the issue about BAMSI. And the first thing came to mind, $13 million to $100 million spent on BAMSI, and not a single board meeting was recorded under the PLP administration and BAMSI. We're talking about accountability and transparency. Where did $80 million go? Man, that's serious. You know what you could do with 80 million? You know how much free houses you could, give them out, you could do with $80 million? See, exactly. And you said it's like, well, you're sitting on your seat. I want you to stand up and mention it because you do it. Yeah. The interesting thing, like park and beaches, was started under the PLP, which Alfred says, who's a very sincere man, clearly settled that matter that pot can't call the kettle black, because that organization was actually started as a form of political patrimony. And it was formed under there. Now, some things may be formed for that, but here it is now. It was providing a legitimate service. Because when those verges aren't clean, we see how the whole street, and Senator Russell spoke about how the beautification, that is almost a type of parks and beaches where you see a need and you provide the services that the average person.
On a point of order, I just want the record.
The chair recognizes the senator, the honorable.
The senator
Ryan Pinder.
is misleading the public, and I just want to set the record straight on this matter. I don't recall ever hearing Minister Sears ever make a representation that Parks and Beaches was created for political patrimony. In fact, it was the former chairman under the Free National Movement on his feet in that other place who said that they utilize Parks and Beaches for political patrimony.
Correction, and Madam President, I didn't say Alfred says said. I said Alfred says.
Well, let's first of all, let's refer
First
to the
off,
minister
says.
Minister of Works and
Minister says, and the AG could agree to this, acknowledge on the matter of beaches and parks as it relates to expenditures and overruns, that basically the same process has been happening across the board. Is that correct? In terms of the contracts and the issuance, that was to the extent of what I said, what Mr. Minister says. I further was saying, as it relates to that, it's our knowledge, and we are aware, all right, of the establishment on the beaches and parks, and I have heard mentioned And I didn't directly attribute that to Alfred Sayers. No, not the part of the political patronage. I attribute the fact that he did stand up in the House and he set the record straight when it came down to the overage and the different things in terms of the extra monies pumped into beaches and park and how that was handled, that has been almost status quo. Anybody have an issue with that? All right, that's what I said. I would not, because they're good people on both sides. Not perfect, but they good-hearted people on both sides. One of them is Alfred Sayers. And I have seen him take moral positions that has caused him to earn my respect. I mean, even right now, even in this document, just to point out the fact that it has been established, even through auditor report, that there has been blatant malfeasance, even in the Ministry of Finance. In a sense, that's almost like right under the Prime Minister's nose. Just to establish the fact that these abuses beyond what we think we know has been happening. And these have drastic implications on budgets and what we seek to do for our people. When we sit back and the example of BAMSI, which is simply unrefutable, that $80 million today, wherever it went, because I can give you the breakdown of the status as I did when we made BAMSI a legal entity. We're still paying that national debt and don't have the benefit of it. I don't mind $80 million on the road, and I can see the impact of that, and we doing it. I don't mind even $80 million being spent feeding people, and I can see the impact of it. I don't mind. But I am concerned about leakages and where monies go when they're not supposed to go, or processes are not followed, and where we find ministers or anybody in politics beyond which is proper, leveraging things that is not even in the best interest of the country. That's my point. You could bring somebody who this report clearly says filed a business license, had the business license just weeks before the contract was issued, had no experience in dealing with the computer companies in that regard. And the senior officials say, basically, what you expect me to do when a senior man come and tell me, you got to hook this up. And in the conversation with the senior elected official, and if you know the rank of that person, if the senior, there's probably only about 2 other people above him, and the senior official, and the senior official is telling him that, man, let's hook this man up with a contract, because at the end of the day, if the Ministry of Finance needs money, we can get it from them. So you know this person is somebody who got money. What we're simply saying is that these things impact our budget, and it hurt all of us, because when the F&M go and leaves, it's going to leave budget and expenditure that the PLP got to pay. When the PLP leaves, it's going to leave budget and expenditure that the F&M going to pay. But at the end of the day, it's on the backs of all of us and our children. So when we have a procurement act that is designed to ensure transparency and to ensure that people have a degree of comfort and fair play in the issuance of contracts and fair opportunity. We have computer companies that have been set up around this country for decades. Didn't even have a chance to bid. But today, right now, this administration refused to follow the laws related to that, unless they want to stand on the record and say they have not issued any contracts since coming to power. In 8 months, when you speak about the swiftness of all the things, oh, we did this in 8 months, never happened before. Well, in 8 months, you can't report the contracts. Nobody's saying you can't issue it. You know, you're supposed to report them, make it public.
Senator Raming, are you ready to table the document at this time?
Yeah, I'll just read one more.
He's not finished?
I'll just read one more point I think I want to read.
Thank you.
And the thing about it, you're silent on it. And this is a transparency issue. Right now, our Attorney General has spoken in this place about a special supplementary budget that just got passed, probably less than 60 days ago. And by the end of this budgetary term, which will be this month, $17 million supplementary budget, meaning that it wasn't bomb, we put it in, that's what supplementary mean, right? And to make this happen. So 90 days before the end of the budget, they made it happen for $17 million to pay off the judgments, which I agree. Because some people has been suffering too long, get judgment, and the government will run you down for not paying the bill, shut off your light, shut off everything, but the government don't pay you. That's almost the same way the contract workers, those who still haven't been paid by Beaches and Park feel that. See, it may not be important to you, but when their light get disconnected and this get it, because they planning and they budgeting for a couple of dollars that they have worked for. And so $17 million was able to be quickly allocated. Was maybe quickly allocated to pay off these judgments. And it had to be a considered decision. And I support the judgment being paid off. But here it is. I can understand why the nurses feel one way. This one feeling delay. Because why? Government have to set priorities. The judgment is obviously priorities. We may know some of the popular judgments. We may know Mr. Gibson. We may know Mr. Miller. But guess what? There are a lot of people who you don't know. So what I'm simply saying is about priorities, and the public had been demanding this level of accountability and transparency so that they could actually see it. And again, there is absolutely no reason why the government can refuse to follow something in law. The thing about it is we are the lawmakers, not the lawbreakers or law deniers. We cannot on one end keep pushing these things and telling people you must obey, and then we ourselves keep shirking it or disavowing the very laws that we supported and passed in the House. We as government don't have no option but to obey the law until such time as we amend it. And this is going to set this administration up for some serious issues that I'm sure they want to avoid. Because you're going to hear this, corruption, this or this, that, and this, that, when you could have simply said, we met the benchmarks, we did according to the law, that's that. And there is no judgment and there's no logic behind, because this one broke the law. It gives me latitude to break the law. If that is the case, because the fella got off or escaped a murder charge for rendering, then that means I can do it and I can say, give me what he get. That's like one person who God forbid, rapes a woman and another one rapes it, and one gets 1 year and you get 10, and you say, man, I want what he get. Listen, wrong is wrong. And when it is a new day, be a new day. Follow the law until such time as you change the law, and there's nothing stopping you from changing the law. You have the power. But until that day, you have no moral or legal authority to disobey the Procurement Act to ensure that people see how their monies is spent. He's not here. Let me give you another example as I pass this to you, because I want to find. Let me give you another example, as he's not here addressing it now. I am. He's not here addressing it now. And nobody, the AG can stand and correct me, has an authority to push aside an enacted law. You do not have that authority. You do not have that authority, and you misrepresent your honor by even bickering about this. You do not have that. I do not have that authority.
Please speak to the chair, Senator Romney. Thank you.
I wanted to find. Let me move, because there's a couple of things. Let me sign and date this for you as I. Let me give you an example of more wastage. Let me give you an example. It's the 20th, 21st?
21st.
Let me give you another example. And this is the kind of things I hate in my government. When I say my government, you all think it is a PLP government, F and government A. Huh? Huh?
Address the chair. Address the chair. Don't get distracted.
Huh? The proverb said, "Answer not a fool." Let me quote according to his schooling, lest you be like unto him. Let me show you. Let me give you another example that ties, Madam President, into the budgetary. Let me give you another example that ties into what we're saying now about the budget and how we handle things, and even to the extent we're saying about the Procurement Act and how things have an effect that move down the road. You can imagine paying for a house you've never been in, and that on your back. If even in you paying a bill of your mom who died or your child you don't know nothing but this on you. In 2000, just before the administration come in, and AG could correct me if I'm wrong, a then member of Parliament, and it went to court, and actually he won his case. To my understanding, there's a judgment also for Mr. Miller, right, to be paid. As it relates to renting his building, I'm not going to relitigate that. The man win. If I win, you all don't talk about my 12. How much? 10, 12? Yeah, a couple good $1 million. You know? So I ain't going to judge him on that. But here is the problem. It was a sitting MP. Nothing was declared, whatever else. A lease agreement was entered into him. His building was in disrepair. The roof needed to be repaired. The government advanced him $600,000 back to fix their building so we could rent Leslie Miller's building. The building obviously was not repaired, and to the credit of the PLP administration, my understanding is they stopped the lease payment, I think somewhere within a year, because the work was not done. You get $600,000, you know. Man, I ain't judging even the case. Whoever, jack it up, even the case. $600,000, a sitting MP without declaration or any other thing like what we did with Mr. Simmons. We came to the house, he had a full debate, whether you like it or not, he had a full debate. That's transparency. And that's transparency. Did not have a debate or declaration. The government gave him $600,000 and a lease agreement to fix the building and the money to fix up the building, not to fix the building for now, but they fixed the roof on the building. It wasn't done while he's getting lease payment. The government stopped it. We didn't pick it up. We get sued. And now the country has to pay millions of dollars. I'm talking probably, I am hearing possibly up from $1 to $10 million. I'll put it that way. For a building that the people of the Commonwealth of Bahamas had not used and even paid to get repaired, that never got repaired, so was not able to be used. And yet we have problems with transparency. And at the end of the day, that's whatever that judgment is, 1 to 10 million plus 600,000 plus whatever else is being paid, that is coming out of the pockets of the human people that's not going to feed our people, help our farmers, build our schools, help our hospitals. And yet we have an administration that has a problem with following a procurement act that if they wanted to, they could call a special session even during the summer break after this budget and pass it. But you're supposed to follow it. We as Bahamian people know that these abuses not only happen, but they are inevitable. Let me end on this point. This is a very critical point. First, I want to pay...
Senator, you have 2 more minutes.
I want to pay homage to taxi driver number 442, Samuel Ramming, a good friend of mine. He died. And I would like to raise a concern also because we noticed in the papers that there was, I call it a demand letter, notification from the Road Traffic Department as it relates to the recall of taxi plates. Now, it is my understanding that under the law, under subsection 69(2), that before you revoke any license as it relates to those franchises, that first of all, the holders of those franchises are supposed to be able to present a show cause letter, have a right to appeal to the board, have a right to make representation to show why, and also have a right to appeal to the Road Traffic Board. Again, like the Public Procurement Act, why is it that the minister, unless she did do it and someone is prepared, you're the AG, to say she did not follow the prescribed procedures as it relates to these things? And we know how important the taxi and the public transportation industry is to this country. You cannot do it. You cannot do it. You still cannot do it. I heard the minister mention that she had issued out numerous plates. And I did my research, and when has it been that the minister, according to procedures, give an invitation to the public, publicize one, inviting those who want to apply to come? Now, check this out. I am in support of that if there are new plates to be issued, there should be a priority to those who are already in the business and leasing. Get them straight, because if you can make the number man legal, you can fix the leasing man who been leasing it. No, but the fact is procedures has to be followed. And there's supposed to be also a sitting of the board. But at the same token, behemoths have a right, over 200 plates being issued. And it can't be done privately. And one of the things that got me to my attention, I got a message from 3 persons in my former constituency saying they've been told you need to get a letter from your MP.
Senator,
I need to know.
Senator Ruben Raming, that is the end of your time. I thank you.
I just want a statement. Just a statement.
Senator Raming, I'll give you 30 seconds to wrap.
I want to know, did the Minister of Transport follow all the proper protocols? Did the Minister of Transport issue publicly to the nation and gazetted that the intention of this administration is to lift the moratorium, which is another legal step? And did the Minister of Transport afford it to all citizens, which is their right and patrimony, the opportunity to apply, knowing that the moratorium had been lifted, regardless of what would have been done? And I request of her to rescind this particular publication because it is not consistent with the law.
Thank you, Senator Raming, for your contribution.
Lawless.
Thank you. As many?
Madam President, we intend to have one more speaker this evening, Senator Quinton Lightburn. And as the hour is 7 o'clock, I would like to move that the business of the Senate do sit beyond 7 p.m. on Tuesday, 21st of June, 2022.
I second.
It has been moved and seconded that the business of the Senate sit beyond 7 p.m. today, June 21st, 2022. As many as in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed? The ayes have it. The motion is carried. The business of the Senate will sit beyond 7 p.m. this evening.
Okay. Thank you.
The chair recognizes Senator Yonble Quinton Lightburn.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise this evening in this honorable upper house with a grateful heart, giving thanks to the Almighty God for allowing me to be here this evening. Madam President, I am honored to serve as chairman of the Bahamas Development Bank and to lead such a dynamic and powerful team of Bahamians that truly want to see the Bahamas become a better place. I am grateful to the Prime Minister who has afforded me an opportunity to serve both in this place and at the National Development Bank. As we all know, this is the first substantive budget of this new day government. And many of my fellow colleagues have already spoken about how diverse this budget is for all Bahamians. But before I go on, I would like to thank the Minister of Economic Affairs and the Attorney General, who are great examples for myself and others in this place. Many people don't see the hard work and long hours that both men put in governing our great nation. They have shown me how to be an effective leader. But as I begin my contribution to the 2022-2023 debate, Madam President, I would like, if I'd be able to take a moment to acknowledge someone who I've known from I was about 12 years old. And in some way, or some may call it some divine intervention, we met on the basketball court. And we grew up as young adults. And then after we became adults, one of the things that I realized, I noticed that the grit, the determination, and realizing the importance of education. And we both have realized many men, if they had the opportunity, that they would have been great contributing factors to our country. But this young man has shown in his example for myself and for others that good things can come out of Flamingo Gardens. And I would want to say congratulations to my good friend, Mr. Rashad Flowers. His story is also profound because at his graduation, there was a total of 649 graduates, and only 136 were males. Madam President, we talk about a national brain drain, but there's a brain drain amongst young men seeking higher education in our country. This is an issue that has been getting progressively worse over the years, but this government is prepared to address it seriously. We are not blind to our obligations to help all Bahamian youth. We are not oblivious of our obligation to ensure that there's a future for all young people in the Bahamas. We cannot give up and forget about any young Bahamian. We cannot afford to do so at this time. I have countless personal stories, Madam President, of how I was counted out and overlooked. But to that young person who may be watching right now, I may think that I am speaking from a place that seems impossible to reach. My brothers and sisters, it surely isn't. This country is yours and mine, and there's a seat at the table here for you as well. I must admit, Madam President, that I've been impressed with the contributions thus far from members of the government, but shocked by some on the side opposite. Some senators opposite have found their voices, and I find it rather laughable, because where was this vigor and passion for the Bahamian people when some of them sat in that other place and voted for a 60% VAT increase? The Bahamian people know who is on their side, and it's not people like you who hiked up VAT by 60% on almost every good and service in this country. This budget is focused on hope and not hurt. And this budget is appropriately named the way forward. Madam President, this government understands a simple concept. If you bring down the cost of goods, then the VAT the consumer pays will also go down. Let me repeat that again. If you bring down the cost of goods, then the VAT the consumer pays will also go down. Already, we have seen one of the largest grocery store franchises in the country announce that there will be a drop in prices for many items. This is a clear indication that this government is working for the Bahamian people. During my presentation this evening, you will hear about the accomplishments of this government over its first 9 months and the plans for this country. We have demonstrated in such a short time our seriousness to governance. We have fully reopened the economy so employees could return to work and businesses could resume operations. Recent statistics have shown that unemployment last year was around 45%, but now it is under 20%. Since this New Day government has returned to office, revenues immediately increased, and the government surplus cash balance improved by nearly $35 million in the first month alone. First month. As my fellow Senate colleagues from Grand Bahama have already expressed in great detail, we are revitalizing Grand Bahama. We have found a world-class buyer for the Grand Lucayan Hotel, and this project will provide 2,000 construction jobs and 1,000 permanent jobs to the people of Grand Bahama upon completion. And within 9 months, we have broken ground on a new cruise port in Freeport for a total of $200 million. Even with those early accomplishments, We can't stop, won't stop. Not sure some of you in here even know that song, but we are planning the way forward to help Bahamians cope with the cost of living crisis that's being felt globally. We are creating jobs and opportunities for Bahamians. We are laying the foundation for growth in tourism, agriculture, blue, green, and orange industries, the carbon market, and the digital assets industry. We are putting things in place to create generational wealth for Bahamians. Like building homes for Bahamians to own. In terms of real property tax, we are expanding the exemptions on VAT for home ownership. This means that more people who are building or buying their first home will be helped in the process for home ownership. And while doing all of this, we decided to improve the revenue enhancement unit and not dismantle it like our predecessors. This budget has reduced import duties on significant number of food items and building materials, roofing materials, plumbing materials, and electrical supplies. Everyday necessities, such as eggs, flour, cheese, and corn, have been reduced to help all Bahamians. Not only caviar and salmon, my brother. We have also reduced duties on healthy foods, like assorted vegetables such as broccoli, carrots, spinach, kale, and plant-based milks and drinks. The opposite side will talk about zero rating on bread basket items. But it was eliminated to ensure a more uniform collection, as was advised by the VAT experts prior to its implementation. It's all smoke and mirrors, Madam President, on that side. Along with ensuring that the prices of goods decrease, we are providing funding for new environmental or new enforcement personnel at the Price Control Commission. PLP governments care for the Bahamian people. And once again, we are showing that by increasing the minimum wage for the public sector. The last minimum wage increase was done underneath the PLP previous administration in 2015. And here we are again. And the PLP once again has seen the need to increase minimum wage. A few weeks ago, I was in the Southern Bahamas, and I saw the great demand and need for economic empowerment and infrastructure improvements. But this 2022-2023 budget is for the Family Islands as well. And we haven't forgotten them. A Family Island Infrastructure Fund has been created so that infrastructure improvements across the Family Islands can be met. The government has allocated 10% of overall revenue collected in the Family Islands from property tax and road traffic fees for this fund. The $200 million seed funding will aid the government's effort to make the immediate and significant improvements needed for Family Island infrastructure, including airports. This is a game changer, Madam President. Tax revenue that is generated in the Family Islands can now be used to fund improvements on that island. I've sat back and listened attentively to my colleagues opposite, and they have spoken about the travel budget and other government travel expenses. I quite frankly call it hypocritical opposition. Madam President, if you may allow me, one of the key things, I am an historian of my country and I am a nationalist. And for some divine reason, I decided to keep a newspaper dated January 20th, 2020. I kept this newspaper. This was underneath my bed, and one of the key things, underneath my bed, and I kept it close to me, and I say this, and if you may allow me to read this article by Sharon Turner.
Are you tabling the
Yes,
article
ma'am.
and adopting it as your own?
Document as my own, right?
Please say that you're adopting as your own.
I'm adopting the article as my own, right?
Thank you, Senator.
So, I want
Order.
Thank you. I want to keep in mind, right, that this was after Hurricane Dorian, Madam President, when Bahamians were still missing and homeless. Keep in mind. And the article reads, as part of the Minister's Administration new travel policy for ministers implemented by Cabinet last year, ministers' spouses will be afforded additional trips and $100 per diem per day. Ministers receive a 25% and 67% per diem increase for domestic and international travel, respectively. This is in 2020.
Order.
And the ministers are to be afforded membership to the American Airlines Admirals Club, which enables access to its premium passenger lounges in airports all around the world. The $100, but I finished. The $100 per day per diem for spouses is equivalent to being for a technical officer in public service. The ministerial per diem for domestic travel was increased from $80 to $100 and $150 to $250 for international travel. Additionally, a special prepaid debit card was issued to ministers.
Since you stopped, the chair recognizes Senator the Honorable Darren Henfield.
Madam President, the member is misleading. We never
What
used.
is the point of order?
Point of order is he's misleading the public. We never used the increase that the cabinet approved, and I wonder if this government is using it now.
Well, it's not misleading. It's not a valid point of order.
Okay,
Senator Lightburn, please continue. It's not a valid point of order.
Okay.
Thank you.
Additionally, a special prepaid debit card will be issued to ministers for use of an official trip, and prepaid spousal trips have been increased for once to twice per year. For airline travel business tickets, they are to be purchased for all trips less than 10 hours in duration per leg. And first class tickets are to be purchased for all trips 10 hours in duration per leg. Also, Senator Henfield, a 24-hour travel desk to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs has also been established in the event of ministers encounter problems and unforeseen circumstances.
Order. I want to be able to hear the senator.
The article goes on.
Senators, order, please. It's difficult for me to hear him with everyone talking. Thank you.
The article goes on. According to the American Airlines website, membership with the Admirals Club requires a membership with the American Airlines Advantage Frequent Flyer Program. An individual membership fees range from $550 to $650 annually, which for 19 cabinet members at the time would cost taxpayers between $10,450 or $12,350 per year. But the travel and accountability is this. In a national address on July 26, 2017, just over 2 months after coming in office, the Prime Minister, Dr. Hubert Minnis, stated the former administration was addicted to luxury travel, often spending extraordinary sums of money on delegations traveling the world at great expenses. We will reduce the amount of money spent by travel in our government. The former Prime Minister said that, right? The decision by the cabinet to increase travel benefits comes as accountability reports on ministerial travel and repeated promises by the Prime Minister were failed to be materialized. Last November, perspectives highlighted that the government's budgetary allocation for travel and substance for the 2019-2020 fiscal year was set to increase by just over $4 million, according to the 2019 fiscal strategy budget. Yes. So I want to say this. Madam Speaker. Sorry, Madam President. And I will sign it at the end. With all that being read, it is intellectually dishonest that the side opposite, who increase travel budgets and expenditures, come in here and try to lecture us on being fiscally responsible. At some point, man, we must elevate the level of thinking that we put out there and discuss in these chambers. I've said it here before, and I'll say it here again. I don't take this role lightly. And I expect civil discourse and banter from all my colleagues. Be prepared and factual with your debates. Shifting focus to investments now. As a former investment officer at the Bahamas Investment Authority, I know that in the investment field, you must be aggressively attracting credible foreign direct investments to this country. Doing just that will open avenues for those in this country to invest and grow as well. There's a lot of people with money in this earth, and this government is finding the balance of investor confidence and a perfect investment climate for blue chip investors. We have already restructured the National Economic Council, and this has already reaped significant results by swift and transparent investment approvals. And we have already successfully promoted our country. Invest Bahamas will be launched in September of this year, which has been restructured and revamped. When we travel, we ensure that business comes our way, and we promote our country to the fullest. We have seen an encouraging level of serious inquiries in various industries such as tourism, marinas, logistics, renewable energy, maritime, dry dock, and ship repairs, and agribusiness. We are also establishing a social responsibility fund in which every investor will be encouraged to contribute at least 1% of the investment to social causes, entrepreneurship, and the Tourism Development Corporation. We've already passed digital assets and registered exchange bills in here, and already we've created an international buzz. With all of that excitement, BIA is in the process of creating a digital assets cryptocurrency desk to fast track and facilitate these such investments. It is imperative that we get out and let the world know that we are back and open for business. In just 9 months, we have approved $2.5 billion of investments. In just 9 months, we have approved $2.5 billion of investments for our country.
This is fair, our Prime Minister.
These investments aren't just Nassau-centric, and investment projects are on the horizon for Michael, Abaco, Eleuthera, San Salvador, Cat Island, and even Senator Young in Long Island. This government is working to get the Hilton reopened by the end of this year to ensure 250 to 300 jobs are available for Bahamians for the winter season. The Wynn Resort will open in November of this year with nearly 100 suites. We can't stop. We won't stop. The Bahamas Development Bank is very happy about this budget. A capitalization amount of $4 million has been allocated for the bank, and I am pleased to say that in just 9 months, the bank has been able to close $2 million worth of approved loans to stimulate the development of our country in tourism, transportation, and manufacturing sectors. The BDB has also approved and disbursed over $250,000 in grants to help stimulate the economy through small and creative businesses. July 1st and 2nd, the Bahamas Development Bank is hosting a financial business expo. It is a multi-purpose event that combines access to finance opportunities, business-to-business trade, workshops, and networking. The event will inform business owners about funding opportunities, provide an opportunity for businesses and a forum for discussion on sustainable financing with partner agencies, connect with clients, grant award winners, and other people in the field to create synergy and highlight innovative in business in our country. The National Development Bank has already begun sourcing professional advice on how to evolve the cascarilla industry in Auckland and Crooked Island. A distillation facility is already in place in Auckland, and over 100 acres of crown land has been acquired by the Auckland Islanders Cooperative Society to seek top-notch investors. This government is serious about helping businesses, and has also allocated $50 million for small businesses to help entrepreneurs fulfill their dreams. 50 million. Despite the global economic challenges, from a natural perspective, we were still able to place nearly $400 million in bonds on the international market and attracted favorable rates. This is a great accomplishment for our country, and in such a tough market, it realizes and it shows that the world has seen that our country is surely in a new day. I must also mention, Madam President, that during my last contribution in this upper house, I spoke about Paradise Solar Farms in Jamaica and the importance of these kinds of groundbreaking initiatives in the green economy. And now I can confidently say that this government has approved a 650 megawatt, $85 million investment in a solar farm in New Providence. The investment pipeline also shows similar projects will be submitted for our family islands. With the focus on green economies, we've also reduced duty on electrical cars to 10%. We are innovative in our government, in our governance, Madam President, because we can't stop, because we surely won't stop. I've noticed that the side opposite wants to play with the emotions of the Bahamian people. And during their time in office, they played with the people's emotions and money. The previous administration boasted about being financially prudent, but did the complete opposite while in government. Wasteful spending, coupled with COVID-19 and Hurricane Dorian, took our national debt to $2.4 billion as of September 23rd, 2021. The last administration accumulated $2.77 billion in debt, which is a total of 25% of the total national debt, Madam President. In 4.5 years, their administration was responsible for 25% of the national debt since independence. All I can say is, wow, Madam President. And they now have the audacity to sit in here and lecture us on finances. Madam President, I support this budget. And this is demonstrative of a collaborative effort seen in our blueprint for change. I remember yesterday talking in here, and some of my Senate colleagues told me that they didn't have a copy of our blueprint for change. And I plan to present two of my colleagues with the blueprint for change in full color, because you asked for it yesterday. Full color. 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 I would like to thank the stellar team at the Bahamas Development Bank for a stellar job that they do on a daily basis. Their professionalism is top-notch and is a gold standard, in my opinion. I want the Bahamian people to know that this budget is about relief and growth for our nation. The financial and investment decisions we make today will be the pathway for a better tomorrow. Together, we are charting a course to make our country even better. This government is taking steps to protect and lift the poor and strengthen the middle class. I am reminded by my awesome responsibility in this place. Whenever I read Proverbs chapter 31, verse 8 through 9. Speak up for those who cannot speak for themselves. For the rights of all who are destitute, speak up and judge fairly. And defend the rights of the poor and needy. And with that being said, Madam President, I support this 2022-2023 budget debate, Madam.
I want to thank Senator Quentin Lightburn for his contribution, and kindly let me have the documents that were tabled. The chair recognizes Senator the Honorable Ruben Rami.
Thank you, Madam President. I do enjoy our young people. I didn't want to interrupt Senator Young, but just in reference to Lightborn.
What is your
The
interruption?
point of
please?
order is clarification on the point as it relates to the Admiralty Club and the travel.
Wait. You said the point of order is clarification?
The point of order is correct and as it relates to correcting the information on the Admiralty Club because it's a small but significant point because it's incorrect. He misled. He misled. Yeah, I understand, but truth is truth. And if I make the point, you could move from there, okay? When a
You're
first
seeking
class,
clarification on
no,
his speech?
I am making a point as to his speech. Point of order on that point.
Okay, go
One
ahead.
point.
What is the point
And
of
it's
order?
it's a very simple point.
What's the point of order?
When first class is
What is the point of order?
the point of order is that the report and the statement that you adopted as it relate to the Admiralty Club, regardless, it in of itself as it was presented was misleading. The reason is very, very clear. As most travelers would know, on the automatic purchase with a first class ticket, the Admiralty Club is just an automatic thing. It's just a very small, that's why I didn't want to interrupt him with that. But automatically, whenever you get first class, business class, you're automatically enrolled into that, okay? That's all I want to say.
Thank you.
No, because we never used it.
As many? The chair recognizes Senator the Honorable Ryan Pinder.
Madam President, I just want to take this opportunity to thank all senators for their contributions today. I think we had a very fulsome and lively day. And Madam President, I would like to move the suspension for tomorrow, at which point the Honorable Attorney General, who has taken the floor, will speak. And so I move, Madam President, that the business of the Senate do suspend until Wednesday, 22nd of June, 2022 at 10 a.m.
Second.
It has been moved and second that the business of the Senate should be suspended until June 22nd, 2022 at 10 a.m. As many as in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The motion is carried. The business of the Senate is suspended until June 22nd, 2022, June 22nd, 2022 at 10 a.m.